your maize. If you eat it, that will be the last you are going to eat. Because if you take the seed from that GMO corn and plant it, it will not grow. The gene that allows replication has been switched off. So you have to go back to the person who produced the initial seed. That is, in this case in Nigeria, it will be Monsanto. They will now use them to reproduce these seeds. So these seeds are what actually makes the agricultural produce to move on. So they are using this technique to eliminate all the natural seed growers. And then when the remaining farmers don't have any other place to get seeds than to go to them for that. Now, where do the doctors come in? The doctors come in the fact that when they capture the food security, which they actually have done now, because most of the seed growers have been killed. Just to give you an example, between 2015 and 2018, 37,500 victims were killed by Boko Haram. These were farmers. Then of these 37,500, 32,000, that's 85%, were Muslims. 5,500 were Christians. And in states like Zamfara, 60% of the victims were Hausa, 40% were Fulani. So it became clear that this has nothing to do with Islamic terrorism. It has to do with elimination of all the seed growers. Now they have eliminated the seed growers. Now they're moving into the second phase of their program. Now, when the farmers go to them, we now depend exclusively on the GMOs.
So you mean we now depend on GMOs right now?
Exactly. Because without the GMOs, you cannot really get seeds, unless we are getting seeds from different African countries and some places. Some places in the south, especially southwest, and some parts of southeast, we can still get our own seeds because the Boko Haram have not really infiltrated them, but they are trying to do that. So what is happening now is that they want to move into the next phase. The next phase is whereby they will have total monopoly of the seeds, and then they will tell the farmers, you want us to give you seed? Okay, we can give you seed, but on the premise that you must tell your wife and daughters to go and donate their ovarian eggs.
There's a conditional gift.
Conditional gift. Food. That is, if you want food, you have to donate ovarian eggs, the eggs of women. And why do they have to do that? They have to do that because the Western countries need these ovarian eggs for cloning. Nigeria is the only country in the world and in the history of the world which has legalized collection of organs without consent. So your organ, which you own, which is your person, if you go to the hospital, they can collect that organ without your consent, because it states in the National Health Act of 2014 and 2015, actually signed in 2015, states that you can actually collect that organ without consent. In section 48 and 51 of the National Health Act 2014 version of it actually states that you can collect that organ without consent. You can collect organ and you can collect the gametes, that is the eggs of women, without consent of the patient.
That's very dangerous.
That's very dangerous, but it was allowed into law. I personally led the doctors' delegation in the National Assembly hearing, at the Senate hearing, and pointed this out before Ike Ekweremadu, before Governor, the main proponent of the law, who was Ifeanyi Okowa, Senator Ifeanyi Okowa then. And then of course Ngige was also, Senator Ngige then was also present at that public hearing. I pointed this out, that you cannot do this under any law, but they overruled the public hearing, and Senator Ekweremadu, who was the person who was conducting the public hearing, did not heed to all the calls by all the people present. And what happened? They passed the law with this defect. So all the people who are waiting to harvest organs, harvest eggs, are all in Nigeria. They are setting up their different NGOs. Can you explain why there is a multiplicity of NGOs in the Northeast where there is a conflict going on?
Okay, Doc, I will come back to this. But what I want to ask now, I mean, why is the gate focused on Nigerian doctors?
Yes.
Can you address that?
He's focused on Nigerian doctors because he now wants to harvest these eggs, and doctors are the people going to harvest these eggs. These are going to be in hospitals, but Nigerian doctors, he knows, because of our high moral standard, and I must say very high moral standard, our doctors will not do that, because our doctors know that if you keep on harvesting those eggs in those women 2 to 3 years later, they will die. They will die of liver failure, kidney failure, infections, some other complications. So we know that that's going to happen. So we're not going to do that. And when he called us, and I want to say, I was physically present when Bill Gates called us through the General Electric, who he awarded the contract to build 260 hospitals in Nigeria, so that it will be at these his hospitals that will be harvesting these organs and harvesting these eggs. So he will now take us out of the health sector. He invited the leaders in the private health sector and said, okay, look, I'm ready to offer you money to leave the healthcare sector. We told him before the executives of GE that he is mad and insane to demand such a thing.
To leave medical practice.
Then we should leave the medical practice, and then he will pay us, no matter the amount of dollars we ask for. So we said, you are mad. We are not going to do that, and to hell with you.
Is that really?
We told him off before the executives of, I was personally present. The lab people, the president and secretaries of the lab, national organization of the lab, laboratory scientists was there. The president and secretary of the pharmacy, community pharmacists was there. And we told him to his face, to his presence, because they were talking on, it was a telecom conference, and then the executives of General Electric were there at their headquarters in Abuja. So we told him off that you cannot do that, even with all your money and all your thing, is not going to be possible. Now, since we rejected that offer, eliminate, kill all these doctors, and then take over the health sector. And he told us they have already taken off the whole government hospitals. They bought the federal medical centers, they bought the university teaching hospitals. So what is remaining now is for us to get out of business so he can carry out. So these hospitals will become places where foreigners can get organs. It will become places where he will harvest the ovarian eggs, and it will become a killing house for ordinary Nigerians. This is why this is dangerous, and this is why this country must, not just to stop it, not just to ban GMOs, we must call for an international inquiry in which Bill Gates will be brought before the courts of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice. We must bring it the same way Nuremberg trial was done during the Nazi Germany.
Now, are our security agencies aware of this thing that is playing out?
Yes, we have actually written to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the Chief Security Officer of the country. Yeah. And of course, all the other agencies, both police, army, and all the also have our submission to the president. And the National Assembly has been well informed, the senators, and then the House members have been informed about this. But it will not be something that will be handled by government alone. The Nigerian people must stand out. Bill Gates wants to set up these killing houses in Nigeria called his hospitals. We know that firsthand, because there is no way he can invest all this money, he can carry out all this program only for Nigerians to get better health. No, this is a killing house. He do you know that the Western countries did this for over 20 years in India and Southeast countries? The same type of thing in a way that they use the lower caste people, the black people of India.
Okay.
And they use them to put out, to take organs, sell organs in all across Southeast Asia. And this happened for 20 good years until a black Indian became the Minister of Health and stopped this activity a few years ago. Now we will not let that happen in this country. We must call for the arrest of Bill Gates and all his cronies in this country, all of them, all the NGOs he's using, and all the individuals that are helping him to carry out this program. The Nigerian people must take that responsibility. It's not a responsibility government alone can. The government can't. The government can. The government of Nigeria cannot do this on their own. So it will mean the Nigerian people, the Nigerian youth, because these slaughterhouses will be the first people to be targeted are the Nigerian youth. We must say no to Bill Gates totality, and he has he is the one manipulating the whole public. You know, we immediately started talking about this. All of a sudden, the children in Kaduna were kidnapped.
Yeah.
Just to divert the attention of the people and say, and then portray the government as is incapable of defending the Nigerian people. By the time we talked about this, all of a sudden now, oh no, there's some obscure imam is now talking about the first lady.
Okay.
These are all diversionary tactics. It is the same Bill Gates. He should be brought to justice in Nigeria. We're not going to wait for America. We are going to issue the indictments in Nigeria and call him to answer it. And if he does not answer it, anywhere we see him in the federal government, we will arrest him and bring him to justice. This nonsense must stop. Because somebody is a billionaire, and so what? He's dictating vaccines, he's dictating policies, he is appointing ministers, he is carrying out food policy in Nigeria, he is carrying out health policy in Nigeria. Who is this man? He must be arrested.
Yeah, Prof. You when you wrote the Senate, you copied a lot of international groups, the UN, ILO, the EU, Conference of Bishops, and so many other international organizations. Now, has there been any reaction coming from?
Yeah, there have been different reactions. But as you could see, the Bill Gates charged all his parastatals working for him, the NBMA, the National Biosafety Management Agency. They were all up in arms. The so-called organizations that were set up as proxies for Monsanto, OFAB, and all that, they were all busy abusing me at the National Assembly and writing all sorts of things. But you know, these people are just actors who have been pushed out there by Bill Gates to speak for him. But what we want, the reaction we want, is Bill Gates to answer for himself, to say yes, okay, look, this is not what I'm doing in Nigeria. Then let us now have the open debate. Let him come to the National Assembly, where he will answer to these charges, and we will go there and let there be a Senate hearing. It happens all the time in America. It happens everywhere. This is a democracy. Let him come. This is not a matter for one obscure lawsuit or anything. Let him come before the people. Say, okay, I've come to Nigeria to help the Nigerian people. Okay, we're now asking, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Before, so everybody will now listen, and then they will use their common sense to figure out the truth.
Okay, now you've called for the arrest of Bill Gates and for his trial.
Yes.
Now, beyond that, what do we need to do to contain this calamity?
Now, the first thing we are going to do,
yes,
as a people,
yes,
we ban GMOs. Okay. Anywhere you see any GMO, don't eat it, if possible, get it destroyed. Any GMO that comes your way, they bring it to you for you to eat. You know that it's a GMO product, throw it away. Because you're not eating any food. Food nourishes. Toxins will only kill you. sooner or later you will be dead of cancer or any other thing. So why eat it? It's no food.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you get involved and make sure that your food is not GMO. And then we also discourage everybody around us about GMOs. We don't need them. They said, can you imagine when you say, okay, we are using it to solve the weevils, the insects you see in beans. So those weevils, you can use genetic material, method to actually protect the beans from that. Okay, wait a minute. Do you know we do that? We have been doing that for thousands of years. With 20 naira, 50 naira dry pepper.
Yeah.
You put it inside that bag, there will be no weevil there. So you are going to run to some genetic material where they will, when they put that genetic alteration, they will also alter the gene for reproduction. They put epicide, Monsanto epicide gene. If you eat that beans, you will not reproduce.
It sterilizes.
Sterilizes you automatically. So there is no more procreation in Nigeria. We will extinct our population. And the people are coming here to take over this land. This is the plan. And it is very discouraging that you see people who say they have attended school and they can't even make out 1 plus 1. It makes no sense. How can Bill Gates come to this country, take away our whole natural food we've used for thousands of years? Where did you get the experience that your GMO will work? Even the U.S. Department of Agriculture is telling you GMO does not increase productivity of anything.
Even there in the so-called civilized, they reject it.
Yes, Britain, but Prince Charles is heading the campaign to stop GMOs in Britain. Oh, they don't know what they are doing there. Oh, the whole of Europeans, the Germans, the French, the Russians, the Italians, the Hungarians went every field of the GMO and bumped it down. The Russian president, if you actually are caught distributing GMO in Russia, you will go to 25 years imprisonment to life imprisonment. And if there is contamination of 1% with GMO gene, that means somebody some 10 miles away planted something that is GMO, and the insects got in touch with your own plant. That's contamination of 1%. You cannot export into the European Union. You cannot export into most of the countries. So that means the GMO food can never earn you any foreign currency.
Okay.
So what sense does it make?
Okay, Doc, finally, let me ask this question. Now, to what extent are Nigerian doctors aware of this development?
Yeah, we are briefing people, through both individual, through platforms, through different methods, making sure that people realize the danger. A lot of Nigerian doctors are aware, and they are taking the necessary personal precautions, which I cannot reveal here, which is necessary for them. But more importantly, we want a more proactive way. So we inform other people, because if people know of this and reject all the nonsensical things from Bill Gates, not one thing Bill Gates has done in this country that is useful, none, including his involvement in the so-called prevention of this disease or that disease. Rubbish things that don't even make medical sense. So we must reject and kick him out of this country with all his organizations and parastatals that he's supporting. And until this country does that, this country will never come to life. It's not possible. All these are problems, both economic. He uses the economic. He will use the World Bank. He will use the IMF to put pressure on Nigeria. The youth of Nigeria must take on the campaign to throw this guy out with all his organizations and all those people working for him in this country, throw them out of this country so that we can have some life. You see what the Malians have done. See what all the Nigerians have done. See what all the Burkina Faso people have done. This is the country also. Niger Republic today is the 4th fastest growing economy in the, we don't have to do any coup. We still follow our democratic process. We still follow our governance structure, but we now reject what is evil. We reject it because the Malians discovered that where the French were occupying, it was where most of the terrorism was taking place.
Yeah.
So they now, when they kicked the French out, the terrorism stopped. So that's what we have to do. So in this place, we kick out Bill Gates and all his multiple organizations, and this terrorism will vanish. They will not even have 3 weeks in this country because they can't sustain it. They live on, they are hired assassins. They are hired killers. So they have to be paid every month. And the billionaire, before he pays them, you have to show him evidence that you are killing people. That's what is happening. He's paying them 10,000 every month. Though they are big officers. So why wouldn't they kill people? And these are people coming from Libya, from all these conflict-prone countries in Africa, where you have active mercenaries. So I think the correct thing to do is for the youth of Nigeria to carry on the campaign and create awareness both among themselves and across the country, so we can kick out Bill Gates out of this country. He is the origin and source of every amount of terrorism and evil that is going on in this country.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for being part of our program.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, viewers, this is where we wrap it up, and you've heard him spoken extensively.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 12th day of April 2024. Tata Bobo Cheke. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers. Even do not deny your enemies listening onto this hallowed platform, because this is the voice of freedom. This is a revolutionary radio being started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the Nigerian DSS dungeon. It doesn't matter what happens, we must continue in the restoration of Biafra, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released, because our actions is what determines his release. That is it. So, I once again welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. Once again, today is the 12th day of April 2024. Tata Bobo Cheke. Why I love repeating the date is for people to understand when we are live. Because some people, they don't listen. They will just be calling even when it is not live. Please, once the date corresponds with the date of the day, you understand that we are live and direct. Therefore, draw nearer to your listening devices. We are live and direct on our FM in parts of Biafra land, CHK 102.1 on parts of Biafra land, CHK 102.1, and also we are on satellite. You can get us through free-to-air satellite, which is not costly. Moreover, you can download IPOB Community Radio, IPOB Community Radio, and Radio Biafra London, and also Simple Radio, where you can search Radio Biafra and you'll be listening live. Also, if you have any internet connectivity, any device that uses internet connectivity like your mobile phone or laptop, you can log in on social media platforms, different platforms, multiple platforms. We have our www.ipob.org. There also, if you want to donate anything for the maintenance of ESN, you can go on PayPal. Go to PayPal on log into ipob.org. Then now you go to PayPal. Now you can donate anything, because without money we cannot function well. Please. Therefore, we are here live and direct. Today being the 12th day of April 2024. Do not forget that tomorrow I'll be here with Mazi on a very explosive, informative broadcast. You don't need to miss that broadcast, I'm telling you. Because the issue is that we have to be telling ourselves the truth. The leadership must be opening up to tell everybody, to tell the audience, to tell IPOB and Biafrans the reality of the issue that is going on. That is how you accompany our people, the whole masses. You work with the people. Because what is going on, I am telling you, our enemies are not resting. Therefore, we are engaged in a very monstrous war. Very, very monstrous fight. You know, we need to fight. We have to fight. In this world, coming out to the world as a baby, even entering your mother's womb, you need fight. Everything being achieved in this world is a true fight. For your information, look at what is happening today in the world. Few hours ago, there is an issued threat by America, warning about Iranian retaliation on Israeli bombardment of Iranian embassy in Syria, where they killed some high-ranking Iranian guard, National Guard. Sometimes I start wondering, are we going to continue just being spectators in this world? But whereby people and we become relegated at the background. Look at how a single person begets. Is in charge of confusion and bloodshed that is going in Nigeria, and it's not enough. He wants to just Nigeria to be for him. He wants to kill the whole natural seed growers, farmers in Nigeria, and doctors, so that everything will be on his side. Do you see how can we be spectators only? I know now, I trade only money, paper. Whereas the world players are there. People sometimes I become annoyed for myself. Why even do I come out in this world? If we are even the lowest of the low, look at what we are shouting, crying. Who cares for our voice? The world players are there doing their thing. They don't even regard our lives as anything. They don't care about us. No person cares about us. Are we going to relegate ourselves also, or disregard ourselves? That is the big question. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Because we are still living the continuous colonial legacy. It's real. And that is what I'm going to talk about today, but I'm not going to take time. I will open the lines. Today will be interactive. Because I will, sometimes when we speak, we also want to hear from our people. Please. I've done this the other time. The same question I want to ask. How are we going to solve this question of the global power being at the mercy of the global powers? How? Because we are human beings that come out in this world in order to enjoy the world as them. But look at Bill Gates. He has bought Nigerian government hospitals. But the issue is this. Nigerians doesn't care. Nigerians don't care nothing. That is where it is frustrating. Nigerians don't care. They don't know that their life is in the hand of one person, Bill Gates. Bill Gates, being used by America and the West. in order to turn Nigeria into a farmland. If they want to raise for human industry, as explained by Dr. Njemanze, they have it plenty in Nigeria. We don't even talk about our natural resources on the ground, because that one is solidly in their hand. Now they come to human lives, organs, in order to, make them the real human beings in the West, to help them live many more years. Hell, Chineke, why can't this thing worry us as people? Why can't it worry us? A journey of 1,000 years starts with a step. For your information, when you see the Europeans, that what they are doing today, the West, they are powerful. They suffered for it. They fought for it. For your information, they took steps. They conquered the horizon. They conquered the belief. Are you hearing me? Where you look at the horizon in the sea, you look at the horizon and say, no, we cannot go there. There is one spirit that is going there, so that is that side. We don't know. So please, we cannot venture. They themselves, they overcame their fears and entered their raft and started moving. Many of them died in order for them to be enjoying what they are enjoying today. Power, global power. That is why when we are doing what we are doing, please, you need to understand the essence of what we are doing. We want to live as human beings in this world, not as trendy people that accompany the others to this world. Anywhere you are, you see black Africans, you see Biafrans demanding for paper, demanding asylum, lying your ass off in order to live in a country of others, whereas you have your own land. What is happening? I want to stir up that righteous indignation in you. You are asking for papers, always begging, seeking for asylum, doing different things that you are not supposed to do in order to live. Even if they spit on you, you endure it in order to live in a foreign land, to be granted to live there. Whereas we have our land we should build. What is happening? What is happening? They're always talking about people, their own real people. People that they consider real human beings. Our own plight, no person cares. It is only us that we fight for our redemption. Without it, nothing. We see where the world is going. In Middle East, there is chaos. In Europe, there is chaos everywhere. France is investing more money. Is calling for investment of more money in order to to manufacture artillery propellants. All this in these few days. Now we are at their mercy. Only one nuclear bomb will clear everywhere. In Africa, we are at their mercy, and we don't care. The problem is that Africans, we don't care. We don't care. All that matters for us is to believe. Is religion. Is to watch. What is all this, for goodness sake? Do you think that if others are doing like this, they will succeed, they will progress? The answer is no. It is high time we join hands together in order to restore a viable nation. In order to restore a country we will be proud to call our country, where we shall be completely patriotic. We show our patriotism to our nation. That is all we are calling for. So that we can live like real human beings. To live like respect is earned. Living like real human being. You must be a contributor in this world. You must earn respect. You must be productive. It is not only about going to China and importing goods. No, you are a commission earner. You don't produce. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. You are bringing container from Germany. It's nothing. How can we become productive? And all those things will be producing it because we have the same brain, for goodness sake. We cannot do this without coming together, without the unity of purpose, without having same value, bedrock value system. That is why today I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to speak. I'm going to play some clips for you to understand the dangers we are in. And I would like to ask this question. How do you think? I want your view when the lines are open, which will be in the next few minutes. I want you to, speaking is very cheap. Talking is very cheap, but doing is the reality. That is why they say, to know is good, but to do is God. That God you are talking, God you are calling, because it is practical. Practicality is God. Are you hearing me? So, how do we bypass the Western influence? The powerful countries' influence in keeping us poor and miserable. How? Even when Biafra comes. I've asked this question. I want to bring it back. Because what these people, let me tell you, when you look at the way we are treated, the way we are relegated to the background, I am telling you, for me personally, I would have preferred that we continue, that the Europeans will continue being in Africa directly, presently, without so-called flag independence, so that anything that is happening, we know that they are there. People will hold them responsible that they are the people. But this time they give Africans so-called flag independence. It become worse because their shadow, they will be doing things that they become more brutal, using their shadow in order to brutalize the people, keeping us in abject poverty. You might not understand this, but that is the reality. I am telling you. You might not understand, but that is the reality. That is why I want to ask. Imagine in case if Biafra comes, how are we going to take charge of our destiny? How do you think so? Without the overall complete influence of foreigners, mostly the West. How do you think? Today the West is in charge of the system that is controlling us. Before independence, the Europeans were directly controlling us. We are seeing them. Our people that time, we are seeing them. Oh, they are in charge of our courts, in charge of our administration. We are seeing them, and they are seeing direct. They are there. If there is insecurity, they also suffer it direct. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. Anything that we are so, no matter they on top, but they also suffer it. That is why they will strive to do even better than we are doing now. For us. But immediately they went. Now, for the whole world, we are independent. We are in the European. They say, okay, we are no more there. Now, at the background, they are using their shadow in order to torment us. Now they became in charge of the system which is in charge of us. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. They are solidly in charge of the system that is in charge of the people. It becomes worse. You cannot directly hold them responsible. Say they are in charge. They will tell you, no, you're independent now. I don't have anything to do with you. Tony Blair say Nigerian politicians, they are fantastically corrupt. But these are the people that they bring money to launder money to England, to United Kingdom from Nigeria, and they accept. They accept. After all, they defended Umaru Diko. Umaru Diko is a criminal that looted billions of dollars. They defended him, protected him. People that they encourage our people now to be completely, fantastically corrupt. And if you are not going to dance to their tune, they will not even allow you to be in power. That is the worst. Peter Obi experienced it. I played his voice several times, Peter Obi's voice. What he said. That as a presidential candidate, you will become invited in all these Western countries to come and tell them what you have in stock for them so that they will sponsor you. But for us, we are independent. No, we are not. Nigeria is never independent. Nigeria remains a colonial, continuous colonial legacy personified. Hear this and no peace. As long as you're a Nigerian, you are under the worst colonization, even worse than before 1960. I'm not talking about only natural resources. Who talks about our crude oil? Crude oil, the other day they say, NNPC said there is not enough crude oil to supply to national refineries. National refineries. You have crude oil, but not enough crude oil to be supplied to them. So they have zero supply. But the crude oil is flowing outside Nigeria every day, every minute as I'm talking. It's going. How do you say that we are independent? How do we cut off these evil hands? How? That is my question today, please. So if you want to contribute, I need the people, I need think tanks. I don't want the people to call and start talking another thing, please. This is a serious business. How are we going to cut off this evil hand that is on top of us? How? They are in charge of our educational system. They are in charge of our government. Everything they are in charge of. If we want to liberate our no way. No way. They put the candidates of their choice. They put him there. Let me play for you, please, the clips. First of all, I want to play the clip of. Okay, yes. We are on BTV live, BTV satellite frequency. Thank you, Mazi. We are also live on BTV satellite frequency, please. Do not forget. I want to first of all play the clip of Fenifa Falana, his a son, on what's IMF. How IMF is troubling the lives of Nigeria or Nigerians by running their lives. International Monetary Fund. These are institutions created to suffocate Africans. I want you to hear, please. This is the first clip I want to play first. Listen. I want you to tell me. We talk and talk and talk, sweet talks. Yeah, we are going. Now, I want to ask. I've conducted this some time ago, but I want to bring it back. How do you think that we can be able to be genuinely independent, even after Biafra comes? That we can run our lives without, curtailing problem from the West, because they will steer problems. Do you see the reason why we try to sanitize our brains today, so that you don't have any other thing that is number one to you? Because the Western powers, they know they will use anything in order to fight you, to steer confusion in our land. If it comes to, if they don't see anything, if there is religious disharmony, they will use it. They will pump problems and use some agents in our midst, not them, our own people. Now make on no agree. Now you are Catholic, you are Christians. Don't no agree. They will give order, and they will sponsor these people in order to rise up, to bring problem. Are you hearing me? They can use also clanism. Don't forget that they are from Imo. No, don't forget they are Anambra, so we are different. So we have to do our own thing. Once they see any crack in you, even if it is clanism, they will come and meet a set of people and pump them, sponsor the money, and there will be confusion. Anything you talk, they say they don't agree. Who you want to insult? They say no, we don't agree. That problem starts. Anything, anywhere they see loophole. That is why this radio is about harmonizing our ideologies, our philosophies, to believe in Biafra, that any other thing is secondary, so that no person can use it tomorrow in order to incite you against our nation. That is what we are saying here. Because these people, they are not joking. They want to be completely in charge of the world, the monopoly, so that as they continue maintaining or implementing the Hitler policy on Africa as a farmland. Bill Gates, America have through Bill Gates taken charge of Nigerian federal hospitals. When you see that they are killing farmers anywhere in Nigeria, it is Bill Gates. That they are destroying the people killed in Benue. The Boko Haram or ISIS or bandits killing, sacking villages, killing in also one. It is Bill Gates. They want to destroy our natural crops so that they will replace it with GMO, genetically modified organic food. Are you hearing me? So that our life will be in their hand completely. So that they will control our birth rate. We will never be productive again as human beings, because you are eating something that is genetically modified in the laboratory, that is inorganic. So that you cannot, if you grow up, if somebody die at the age of 60, it will be 60 years, will be very old. People will be dying as our people are dying. You don't know what is contributing to all this. We want to remove ignorance, please. We want to remove ignorance. This radio is a radio meant in order to do what? To remove ignorance from our people. Now, before I play the clip, please. Before I play the clip, there is one news headline that I want to read. There is one news headline that I want to read. Where did I keep it? Where did I keep it? The news headline about Nigerian. Okay, I've seen it. Christian Elder Forum says foreign terrorists, religious extremists have taken over Nigeria. And it's true. It's true. Courtesy of Bill Gates. Courtesy of Bill Gates. But do you know the worst thing? If they see that Bill Gates is coming to Nigeria today, maybe he's passing through the streets, they will line up people in order to hail him. Hell. Why won't they see black people, Nigerians, as useless fools? You are a killer. You are hailing him. He is one of the first people that met Buhari in order to seal their deals of buying. Nigeria is the only country in the world that signs that bill into law of harvesting citizens' organs without their consent. Are you hearing me? Dr. Njemanze revealed it. I played the clip again before I started. No, the only country in the world. So that if you complain of a headache, you go to UNTH. You go there, they give you injection, sedation. And they take all your organs and you die. They bring you out, put you into the mortuary. You have no question, no person to hold responsible. And do you know who brought out this bill in the Senate first? Okowa. Ratified by Kuremado, who is cooling in jail today. Ingege was there. Igbo people. I don't know. Sometimes I'm not one that could, like one of our brothers, himself. I cannot understand. Most of the problems I know from we, our people na cause here to us. To us. That's why in the also name like this. They don't look back because I want on the na cause quite in mind. Indeed, people in the high places, in the high offices, very, very, I don't know whether it is highly the highest selfish set of people, or that they are the number one slave to foreigners, or what is, I cannot understand the cause. I cannot understand. Okowa, an Igbo man that raised up this bill, despite the destiny of doctors, as Dr. Njeman is saying, he was there. They argued and opposed it, and it was ratified into law by a mother. Those of you who said it, say I. Those of you who say okay, I have it, and that way they don't look at your face. And they don't care what they are doing. That is, the people that will suffer it is their own Igbo people. The thing I remember, it gives me sleepless nights. I cannot understand whether or which kind of wickedness. Only when on top in Nigeria political arena, he will turn into another thing altogether. Other people will be doing even with the mindset of at least protecting their own people, but the Igbo man, no way. Chineke, I cannot understand. He frustrates me, I'm telling you. He gives me type of frustration. I cannot understand. I cannot think. I cannot understand. I cannot understand. Other people, even Yoruba politicians, anything they are doing, they will at least, even if not overall, they will at least think about their people in a way, no matter what. But the Igbo politician, he don't care whether his people let all go to hell. Now I say, if everybody is being killed, and will only him survive and live? Can he live? Willie Obiano came and said that the Igbo life, Anambra people life is 500,000 naira. Only that it doesn't heavy him in mouth to even to pronounce it. We can Igbo man slaughter the Igbos in Iguacha, and after he said he will kill, and he's still boasting with it that I said I will deal with Igbos and I deal with them in Riverside, I will deal with them in Abuja. That is what we keep saying. He's an Igbo man. After slaughtering our people in Iguacha, Ohaneze and Igbo went to shower him with praises. I don't know. Kendina on a spirit because Ndina say carnal mind cannot understand the things of the spirit. If line open, maybe you are in spirit, you can tell me. You can come and talk because I cannot understand this. It's above my understanding. We are not like this. I don't know what happened. We are not like this. But I don't know what happened. So I don't know what happened to us that never happened to others. I don't know. Look at what Pozodema killing the, he doesn't care. He used a Yoruba manola in order to harvest our people's organ, and it is still continuing. He will empower vigilantes, give them guns. They go anywhere you see, you surround them up and bring them with Chakasha. Igbo man, what is happening? Beacon, what is happening? We say we are not fighting war, physical war, but the casualties we are having is it not better we declare open war? It's an open statement, so that we know that I no need heavy war. Only bombard or only no problem. But I know right now on a peace. We are not in any way in a peace at all. We are not. Why is our people, mostly in the Igbo, once they are in government, they are in political positions, they become monsters? I cannot understand. They don't have any percentage of even thinking of protecting their people. Anything that can protect them, they don't care. They don't mind. What matters to them is that the political post. Maybe if you know even more according to how people are saying, please, maybe I'm a carnal mind. I don't understand. You can call and tell me later, please. I'm telling you honestly, because all these things are questions that have been gathered every time I used to ask this question. Every time. Now let me read this news headline. Christian Elders Forum say foreign terrorists, religious extremists has taken over Nigeria, which is true. April 12th, that is today's news headline. The national chairman, the National Christian Elders Forum, has said that foreign invaders masquerading as religious extremists are responsible for the escalating spate of killings and insecurity in Nigeria. The forum said this during a press conference chaired by its chairman Samuel Gani and the former deputy governor of Taraba State and Bosum Emmanuel, a pastor. There is a Bosum Emmanuel. We have been playing his clip that revealed the Islamic agenda, which is still in YouTube. It's true. How do we find ourselves in this mess? In this mess called Nigeria? How? Where, life means nothing. Human life is completely nothing to nobody. Look at somebody that died, actors, Nollywood actors that died of drowning in a river. Being in boat without life jacket. People like this, even people like this that, no arrangement, nothing, government doesn't function. They don't care about human life. Now everybody takes it as a responsibility to believe that Jesus is his protection. What a mess of a people. Yeah, we will not stop talking. What a mess of a people. Government is the God we are seeing. We need to organize a plausible government so that all of us will be protected and will be part of the government. That is how it is. Look at I pity Dr. Njemanze. This is the second time he's revealing this. And he's calling on Nigerian government. The Nigerian government that is in charge, that is responsible of all this nonsense. That give Bill Gates the go ahead. The Nigerian government, the administration that before they came, they signed this. They have to sign the contract that look, we will, Joe Biden will call you and felicit you about to call you a winner of the election, 2023 election. But you have to sign all these deals. The man say, what? Tinubu say, waiting, I know go say, I beg, na my turn, give me anything. Yeah, they bring, you have to sign upon all others. That the whole orangutan Nigerians, their organs is in our hand, is my hand. Bill Gates. He signed and direct. He said, okay, he following the. He said, don't worry. As you have signed this, don't worry. Bill Gates. He called Joe Biden. Said, look, he has done it. So you have to call him to congratulate him. The following day, Joe Biden called, democratically elected president of Nigeria. Do you see we are in a mess? I pity Dr. Njemanze calling on the same government that is in charge of initiating the deal in order to come and save us. And I'm happy that he said that the Nigerian government cannot do it alone. So there he made very big sense. It's only the people. If Nigerians can rise up today and there will be protests everywhere in Nigeria against Bill Gates, they will know that look, now they will give Tinubu the power, the arm, the weapon he need. He will tell them, he will tell his handler, say, oh boy, see what that thing I signed. See my people, they don't open you, so they no go grill. Otherwise, they turn the country upside down. So it's democracy. So it's people's majority carries the vote. So they have known. That is how to work with the people. That is how wisdom works. Now they will say, okay, can you do it like this? Can you? And at the back, if it's a normal contract, at the back, even Tinubu will send agents and be telling the people, continue your riot, don't stop. Look at what is going on, continue, so that I will have the power in order to make them stop this, because I cannot stop it. unless through your help. And there will be riots everywhere. Before you know, they will hands down. Brigade and Co, they will hands down. They will pursue them. Any GMO product will be burned to ashes. Do you see that? And the $2 billion they paid for the advance out of the $6 billion to buy the Nigerian federal hospitals, it will be gone. Do you see that? But are you talking with dead people, Nigerians, population, dead people that don't care? What matters to them now is content creation. In a go Facebook, content creation. They don't understand that the time they are in, that is evil. That everybody is at the mercy of, it's somebody say every Nigerian, whether you are rich, you are one emergency one emergency to poverty. Don't you see people that are like all these some of all these celebrities? You think that they are wealthy. One sickness. The other one say he have sold everything. He has a house, he have car, he sold all his cars, and no way. So he start begging money from. That is what is facing everybody in Nigeria. If you have 10 houses, thinking that you are rich, it's only one emergency to poverty and even to death. Nothing more. Don't you see many of them? They start begging. People that you think that they are wealthy, they start begging for people to come and help, donate. Wait. Before you know, they die. Because they have sold everything. Because there is no organization that makes provision for situations like this. Do you see what I'm saying? I say I don't want to talk much, but the Christian Forum called on indigenous ethnic nationalities to come together to renegotiate Nigeria. Is it not what we are calling for? Is it not the reason why they are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Why they kidnap him? Because he called for the renegotiation of Nigeria. That is self-determination. For us to agree or disagree, for us to vote and say, oh, we want to become Nigerians or not. That's the only thing. Is it not what this Christian Forum is still calling, which is right? Do you see that we defeat our detractors with superior arguments? We defeat them. The same thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu called for. That is the negotiation of Nigeria. Otherwise, Nigeria is in the hands of foreigners. Nigeria is a continuous colonial legacy personified. Saying that indigenous ethnic nationalities have the same and common enemy in the foreign invaders. That's it. As they put tribalism in Nigeria, they use Igbo. You see, Igbo hatred. I've been saying this time without numbers. That Nigerians are suffering. The disease of Nigeria is Igbo hatred. You can use Igbo hatred to destroy Nigeria. Foreigners are coming from everywhere, killing Nigerians. For Nigerians to react, they will divert their attention, say, no, do you want Igbos to go? Instead, stay, let us become one Nigeria, continue one Nigeria. There is strength in diversity. Even if foreigners, even if Fulani are killing us, no problem, we can bear it. And that is it. They don't understand that we have a common, all of us, what we are fighting for, we have common enemies. What we are fighting for is for the goodness of even the Kanuri, for the Hausa, for the Yoruba, for every indigenous nationality in Nigeria. That is, we are fighting for the goodness of everyone. Not only even for Biafrans, for every, because we saw the danger that is facing Nigeria. That Nigeria is in the hands of foreigners. Don't you see that? Is it not what the Christian Elders Forum are saying? The same thing. The same thing they are saying. The Christian Elders Forum further asked President Bola Tinubu to implement the report of 2014 National Conference without further delays, while calling for an immediate ban on nomadic cattle rearing and abolishment of Ruga project. That is what IPOB stands for. That is why we are being killed. That is what Peter Mbof Enugu, why he is saying he is hunting IPOB members. Because we don't want Ruga in our land. It is giving our land to foreigners. Is it not what the Christian Elders Forum that is calling for? Is it not the same thing? That is why this guy of Imo State, who opposed him of Imo State, governor of Imo State, is killing Igbo youths everywhere in Imo. Because we don't want Ruga. We don't want to give out our land to foreigners. We don't want to be in charge of our land. That is the only reason. But these are agents. They thought that they are, it doesn't concern them. They are governor, their children are outside. For how long are you going to be outside? For how long are they going to be outside? In a couple of years, decades, you die. Your children will not be governors. What the policy you implement will be affecting them. That is it. That is the reality. That is the reality. But our people they don't see, they don't know all these things. They don't calculate future. They don't calculate. They don't calculate nothing. Only what they are seeing is that their interest. They don't care. But we care. That is it. So we must continue. There is another there is this where did I put it? There is one news about how yes, UK returns looted Ghana artifacts after 150 years. If you look at this headline, it's BBC. Do you see how they distort news? For your information, it's yesterday's news, BBC, from BBC. As I said, listen to this news headline. Asante Gold, UK returns looted Ghana artifact after 150 years. But when you read the body of the news, the UK lent them back. It's under loan for maybe 2 or 3 years to be taken back to London. Do you see how BBC is evil? They deceive you with the headline, but go to the news. Some 32 gold and silver items have been sent on long-term loan to the country by the Victoria and Albert Museum and the British Museum. Do you see? That is what I'm reading. It's on loan. The thing they stole from Ghana, instead of returning, they are criminals. They now, instead of returning it outright, that it's stolen, they now take it back. They lend it to you, say to give you a sense of belonging. That maybe that loan will be paid. It will be paid for. They give you go and keep it in there so that people, to deceive people, have sense of hey, we are the people we dance now. You don't know that it is loan. Do you see how they deceive Africans? And do you see why Africans are not progressive? Do you know why? Instead of maybe the Ghana government to come and tell the people the truth. This thing no be return, no. Now loan they give it to us. Maybe if there is any money Ghana pay, they should, or anything, even if it's not direct money. If it is through their natural resources, they have to talk. That, for me, that is the best way to accompany the people, to be accompanied by the people. A government being protected by the people. You have to tell the people the truth. That is why IPOB, the leadership of IPOB, is always vocal to tell Biafrans on the reality that is unfolding, so that tomorrow you cannot come and start blaming the leadership. So that any submission or any suggestion, you have to know. Do you see that? Now, once you scroll through the headline, you say, oh, UK return looted the Ghana artifacts after 150 years. No, they didn't return it. They loaned it to Ghana. Something Britain stole 150 years back. They pressure, they say, no, we are not going to report, we lend it to you, but we are going to write as if we return it back. Do you see how they work with the government? Do you see? Do you see it? He said they were stolen from the court of the Ashanti king, known as the Ashanti hen, during 19th century conflicts between the British and the powerful Ashanti people. You thought that the British colonization of Africa is just a bed of roses? Wars were fought. They stole our artifacts. That is why when you see some people, they say, no record of anything. What is the record of our ancestors? No, we have to read the Bible now because we have no record. Because you are not here. You don't understand history. You don't understand humanity. What happened to us? They looted, I say, everything that will make us even remember our forefathers. They destroy the ones that they cannot loot, and loot other ones and take them to Europe. They erase, clean off everywhere, so that we rise up and start and they start immediately. They start new to be treating us, to be training us as children. Start putting English alphabets in our heads. Start brainwashing us that Mungo Park discovered River Niger. Your ancestors are nothing. They are nothing. They are not. They don't know nothing. They are savages. But this Ashanti gold, when you look at it, when you see the picture, you wonder how people can manufacture this type of artwork, this gold type of sophisticated gold artwork. Maybe more than 300, 400, 500 years back. But you are there because you have been programmed to do so. You refuse to learn. You refuse to relearn, unlearn and relearn. There is learning. You have to unlearn and relearn. That is what we are doing. Otherwise, most of the things they put in our brain is false, foul, fake. They put in, even in our educational system, fake. So we have to relearn. They destroyed everything concerning us. These are the people that want you to, they give you free heaven, only believe. They make things easy for you. As they destroy and exploit and they took everything from our land, now they give you easy way out. Just believe. Believe on the Savior. Believe on Jesus Christ and you are saved. You go to heaven. Very easy. They made it very easy for you. Can't you think that thing that is easy, so made easy, it is life from the pit of hell. They made it very easy. Just only believe. Only believe. People that looted us, they cleaned every of our artifacts. They destroyed the pyramid to make sure, if not the photo, even people that were destroying it, the photo they took that mistakenly enter into our hands. If you are telling somebody that we built pyramid, you say which ancestors we built pyramid, did they know anything? People that they cleaned everything so that they made us feel that we are fetus, embryo, that we come from nowhere. History started out from the advent of white man in Africa. That is life from the pit of hell. We had civilizations. Are you hearing me? Now they loan people, thief, fantastically corrupt Britain. They are lending back 32 gold and silver items that they looted, they stole from Ghana. They are instead of giving it back to them and apologizing, no, they are lending it back to them for 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, so that they will have a sense of and they will take it back. That is what the government, the world order we are in today. That is the world order we are in today. When I see the Western media, the propaganda, They put out his, fear, spreading fear. Russia influence in Africa now. They want to loot. Even China, they want to loot Africa. They are this Africa. And I say, so, which means this is how you have been looting Africa right from over 200 years. Why are you now telling us about another person that is coming to loot Africa? Which means your fear is let it be only you looting. Sometimes they will, if you reason things in another way around, you will see that even they are stupid. Their media is foolish because they thought that we are stupid. They are spreading fear. So why Russia, Mali is this and that in Burkina Faso is going to, which means it's what you have been doing. You don't want another person to come and do it. Why are you spreading fear? You have been in charge of Niger right from time. Selling uranium $221 per gram. Niger Republic is only getting less than 100 cents per kilo. 0.001%. This is the world we are in. Now, the question I want us to answer in your own way. How do you think that we are going to get over this Western plunder and influence in our land? If Biafra comes, how? We are going to do this, build, but there are some big going to get over this Western plunder and influence in our land. If Biafra comes, how? We are going to do this, build, but there are some big influence in our land. If Biafra comes, how? We are going to do this, build, but there are some big in our land. They polluted it as if human beings are not living there. And you think that we are independent? How are we going to get over these imperial powers that are controlling the system that is controlling us? That is the question I want us to answer. But before that, let me play these clips, please. Listen to Femi Falana, what he said. Listen.
Just yesterday, the IMF was asking the government remove fuel subsidy in. Just yesterday, the IMF was asking the government remove fuel subsidy in its entirety and also increase electricity tariff.
IMF was asking Nigerian government to remove fuel subsidy and increase electric bill, and which they did. Are you hearing me? Do you see where your problem is coming? But you don't know because you're ignorant. A foreign body running our lives for us because we are living colonial legacy. Now the question I want if you call, don't engage in another thing. Tell me, what do you think? How do you think that if Biafra comes, we are going to remove the effect or the control, the Western evil hand in our lives, in our government? How do you think that we become genuinely independent to run our lives? How? We need practicalities, things that make sense. Please continue listening.
Whereas the society, there's no country in the world where government does not subsidize one product or the other, even in the most advanced capitalist societies. And that is why Nigerians must now begin to ask the government to discard and jettison the deleterious programs and policies of the IMF and World Bank.
Everybody is asking Nigerians, Nigerian population to ask government. Once they talk this, you can't go. Which people are you asking? Dead bodies, people that are content creating in social media, people that are on hookup, People that are one jackpa. People that are in churches praying for miracle money. Yeah, these are people that will listen to you to rise up to understand that this is the real problem they have. Is that people that use the blood of Jesus to cover themselves, that even if 1,004 on this side, another 1,004 on the right side, and they will stand. It is written. Is it people that in the Western idiocy? It makes me laugh.
Just last month, the IMF was accusing the British government of not investing enough in education and health. This same agency, these Bretton Woods institutions are asking our government to remove all subsidies and impose a rush of increases on goods and services in our country.
Do you know why the International Monetary Fund is doing this? Because Nigeria depends on them. Borrow. They borrow the money they know that politicians is for politicians to live well, carry money, buy cars, buy anything they want, private jets, and they don't care. If they are into real governance and makes people to work, to reward the hard work, to reward just can you tell me, can you reason like this? Have you ever seen where they use maybe all these inventor kits that scientific kits that can build maybe little drone or anything, that are practical, that needs to develop, that needs government aid? Have you ever seen where they use them in order to do pre-election campaign? Just tell me now. These are things you need to reason. Do you reason like this? The only people they promote is hey, they bring them all these how do you call them? So-called celebrities, musicians. They encourage them. They use them. Hey, just to promote only the now people now. Do you see how things work? Well, these people they promote to the front. Youths now, their mindset is to be like them. They become idols to the youths. If you talk about there is a kid that he built a generator that doesn't use gas or fuel. They tell you, so I beg, waiting I they use that one do. Now I want to be like P Square. Now they blow. They used to follow president. That is natural because that is who the government favors, who they promote, the type of people they promote. So the youth flow that side. But if they start promoting practicality, people with brain, you will see people will start working. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? So Nigeria with 200 and something million population, they are not productive. That's why IMF can order them around, because what they need is only cash. Now bring cash. We need cash. We need $30 billion. They say okay. They give you condition. You have to increase it in order to pay back, in order to not even paying back, to service the debt. Do you see that? And who is suffering it? Ordinary people. But when you tell them, they don't know. They tell you, say, no, forget. Don't worry. No weapon that is fashioned against me that will prosper. It's not for me or not for my children. I'm covered. You say, brain in there. How do we revive the brain of ordinary people? Because there lies the key. Once you revive the brain of people, that is why when you listen to some people, even on social media, doing the right thing, please don't condemn them. People that are interested in opening the eyes of our people to understand the cause of the difficulties they are suffering. Somebody that have died without life jacket. Now because they don't have life jacket, ordinary life jacket, which if you fall inside river, you start floating. You don't need to know how to swim. The thing is boy, you start floating until you become rescued. You can stay there for hours. You are no problem. It is being normally controlled by government. That you don't have to enter boat without life jacket. But people now, some people will be interpreting it that I could remember one time somebody that died in our place. Say he carry a motorcycle, just driving, after I just fall. Just from here, you go buy something. You know what in our people? Hey, but he didn't have a helmet. I asked them, that smaller daughter, just a small thing. See, that small thing, he will fall. He don't know where he hit on the ground. He hit on his head on tarred road. A tired, no kute. He said, no, that's small thing. No, I will go spiritually before. Sometimes you become frustrated with our people. The way they reason is completely idiotic. It's out of this world. And sometimes I will not even blame Bill Gates. Because the people there are not human beings. They don't reason like human beings. Ordinary life jacket he don't have. Now people are saying, oh, his enemies, they have killed him. Oh, they have killed him. Hey, Chinekele. Ignorance is the highest killer. Not Ebola. You see, ignorance is the highest killer of humankind. I am telling you. Ignorance. Now, you are not safe if you are sick. Just ordinary small hernia you want to go and operate in any Nigerian government hospital. You are not safe. Because Big Gate has paid for your organ. You go there, they remove, they kill you, butcher you, kill you, nothing. Who are you going to call? Who are you going to call? You are going to call AK or police. Oh, police, they will laugh at you. They will hold you and you will bear yourself. It's an animal country that we are in. That is why we have to remove ourselves. Look at IMF ordering Nigeria. Increase the tariff, every tariff, including electricity bill. But do you know that it is what you said no, even if it is 1 kilowatt for 10,000 naira, God is in control because you are an idiot. All this mentality will keep you from fighting, the cause, from being attentive, from being at alert, from understanding the real cause of the problem. Let me leave this one here. Let me play this one again. Listen. This is the first lady, the Sierra Leonean first lady. I think her name is Fatima. Fatima Biu. Fatima Biu. He's an outspoken. I say it. Mostly people that are Muslims that are really out. She's a Muslim. You understand? All people that are Muslim, they are always outspoken. They don't care. When you come to the religion they brought in, the religion of cowardice, very cowardly. You see, you know why? People that say they have power, Jesus have power everywhere. They don't fear, but they fear the most. If they see somebody that wear red clothes to pass them, hey, they fear such a lot of this and share. Sometimes I see this their content creation also. Somebody will wear tunes as their so-called native doctor. Go be collecting something in a shop. All of them will run. As they are running, shouting blood of Jesus. If you believe that what you have is powerful, why are you always afraid? You want that thing here? Here I want to call it. I am telling you. They make you to fear everything. Cowards. If you see rat, you are afraid. If you see cat on your way, hey, you fear. If anything, you fear. Which kind of world you are in? Which kind of world, earth you are in? I ask. But you claim that you have Jesus that have power is but slightest thing you misinterpret it another thing and start being afraid. I cannot understand. You are going on your road to your house, you see where they even draw ordinary line. You will be afraid. Hey, I cannot. No. You start fear. That is cowardice they put in us. Cowardice. Listen to this fine woman. Listen to her. Listen. And tell me how many of your so-called first ladies or any Christian lady that can be bold enough to speak like this. Listen.
Unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources.
Unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our resources. You know, Sierra Leone is filled up with diamond. You watch that film, Blood Diamond. You know that? He's telling you. For example, a high-ranking Igbo politician, can he open mouth and say this? He's always afraid before they stop him from, closing his bank accounts. He's always thinking now before they make him poor, now before they kill him or her. That's why the cowards die many times before their natural death. And a coward can do anything in order to retain his position. A coward can do anything for his masters, his handlers. That's what I see. Because he don't dare say, no, I cannot do this. Or just Kanu went on a Senate ground, start crying. Hey, Chinekele. Mnele ndị m si na ihe ọwụdụ ndị Igbo is it Igbo of ekumeku? No, here it was all fake just everywhere. I am telling you, people that claim have Igbo name, they are fakes everywhere. All Joseph Carlo went to the Senate hall, started crying like a baby. What haven't I done for you? What haven't I done for you? To build the party with my own money. But today I'm removed to the background. Hey! Chinekele. Nah. Egudio. Okwe na nya na ma wo kwa ihe taa ka m gokwo na eziokwu. Ịma na agokwo nwa anyị eziokwu. Ọwụrụkwa ihe taa o. Onye na-asịkwa ka ya ga-abịakwa today to ya ọwụrụkwa ihe taa because ebe our brain no ka dey fine. Ihe anyị na-achọ I na akagodo pom my brain of people nora. Because it is very far, it is very hard. The reasoning, the way our people reason is fundamentally flawed. Are you hearing me? Let me start afresh. Listen.
Unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources. There's always Big Brother who decides.
There is always a Big Brother who decides. Who are these big brothers? The evil colonial West. They are the big brothers. But they will tell you that no, Africa is they are not this. But they are the people that are sucking the blood of everybody. Oh. What is that? We need to be a player in this world. I will be happy, even if not in my generation. So that our people will be on top. Kai will player. One of the high profile players in this world. Not spectators, please. Not spectators. Now, I will lowest spectators, lowest ones. Big brothers. That decide, they don't want to, they always decide. They are at the back because the system is in their hand. We are living continuous colonial legacy. We are not independent. Now it's even worse. At least before independence, at least they said there was even electricity in cities in Nigeria. Today there is no electricity. At least in the 80s, I can use annual marker whole sick bed. Sick bay. Every community in our place, they want a sick bay. On their child 3. But as they went, now they use their political machinations and manipulations and political games in order to turn everything round. They are in charge of the system, and the system is dealing with us. So we cannot hold them directly responsible. Do you see the game? We are in a mess. So we are in a bigger mess than we can think. Look at the first lady saying it. He said big brothers, they are always around. They don't want you to decide. You have mineral resources, but you are not in charge of it. You are not in charge of it. They are in charge. But they will come and tell you that Africa is poor. Niger Republic is the poorest country in the world, but it's democratic. That's why I used to say, you see this system of democracy that they put us in. Oh, it is a cycle upon cycle of deception. They are using it, they are in charge. Let me finish it, please.
Always big brother who decides. And when you fight and say, no, we are not going to do this, they use the system.
They use the system. Why are they using the system? Because the system is in their hands, not you. Do you see the reason why Biafra comes? We create our own unique system, our natural system that no person will come from outside to teach us how to do this, do the rule of law. Because we knew this, we have our own system. The system in Nigeria is in their hand. So if you don't agree with them, they use the system. Didn't they use the system to remove a Peter Obi? Didn't they? Everybody know that Peter Obi won overwhelmingly. People want him to be there. But they use the system. They remove, after all, they remove card reader. They cut card reader, no connection. They say cut it, nothing happened. That is the system in their hand. I want, if the line open, please, you tell me, how do you think that we can remove ourselves from the grip of the colonial system, please, and become who we are? How? Say something practical. Something practical. How do you think so? Your own point of view. Continue listening.
To stop you, it's either they set you up with the opposition and they'll be supporting the opposition against you from the back, or they cause unnecessary chaos in your country.
Or they cause unnecessary chaos. They either use opposition. It's democracy now. So once they tell you something as you don't do, they use opposition. They go meet opposition. And our people, black race, willing to abound. They use opposition to cause a problem in the country. And they will be shouting it in CNN, Fox News, everywhere, every Washington Post writing, oh, this is a authoritarian. There is a way they thought it's authoritarian dictatorship. He is arresting his opposition. Whereas they know that they are using that in his opposition, putting fire on him, sponsoring him to cause confusion in the country. That is how things are. That is the continuous colonial legacy. They are in charge of the system. They are in charge. The first thing is to create a system that is our system, not a system that is in their hand. A system that is in our hand. That is why IPOB, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is here, when he was here, everything transparent. You come and talk. So that that is why Mazi Nnamdi will be coming on air tomorrow in order to make his positions. Sometimes people say don't talk, but I say speak it out so that people will. I have been playing on the 27th of January the broadcast of Mazi Nnamdi. Now talk when had it been imagined that no, don't say no, don't talk, no, leave it. Will people know? By now, people will, what is that doing? speak out so that people will accompany you. They will know the true situation of things. That is how things are. Are you hearing me? They will cause unnecessary chaos in the country because they have the ability to do so. They have willing tools everywhere that are ready. That is why we start this agitation using Radio Biafra to sanitize our brains, to block you, so that you block your brain, you block your mindset from anything that we bring that they will use to scandalize Biafra. You say no. They will come. Don't you believe in Jesus? I say you're a believer like us, so you have the duty. Hebrew chapter 5 verse 2 say you have to serve Jesus before anything, even your country. You say no. Biafra is my country, is my Jesus, is my everything. Come on, leave me alone. And you see they run. But once they see that you have that still weak point of Jesus, you say okay, they say no. As a child of Jesus. The child of Yeshua Yahamashiach, how do they call him? You have to maintain, and obeying the voice of God is more better than obeying the voice of man. So this your president, this your leader, how he's going is not good. You sponsor so that serve Jesus, and they use that weak point to enter you. Now you start misbehaving, causing problem in our land. Do you see why we are doing what we are doing? So that anywhere they come, you say, no, this thing is what we had years back on Radio Biafra. So I've seen. Biafra is my nation. It doesn't matter. It's our thing. You laugh over it and run away from them because they are the devils. But once you have that weak point, that weakling, that thing, if they touch it, it pains you. Do you see that they will tell you? Do you see that even this your government is no more giving subsidy or favoring the people of Yeshua Yahamashiach? Do you see? It's going the way of unbelievers, so it's not good. So you say, hey, it's my Yeshua, Biafra is my Yeshua Yahamashiach. Biafra is my Jesus. Biafra is my anything, so I don't want your interference. Please go. They know that these people are wise. There is no way they can enter. Are you seeing it? If they come through tribal lines or clannish line, these people, they are, most of them, they are only from Anambra. So why is it so? You people, you must say they are not giving you, normal, equal rights like Anambra. Or they are only Imo. They are not giving you equal. You say, hey, we are all one people. I don't want your suggestion. I don't want it. But once you say now wow, what this man is saying, true, they have entered. Before you know, they sow rubbish seed in your seed of discord in your heart. Before you know, another thing is to plan how to bring confusion. That is what this woman is saying. They cause unnecessary chaos in the country because they know how to do it. This is because the system is in their hand. I don't know why I'm even talking. I need people to call, but let me finish it up, please.
So that you are not able to even govern your own people. They will do things to make you not to be functionable. And of course, any country that don't have peace cannot develop. You have to have peace before you talk about development. I'll give you a simple example about Sierra Leone. Every mining company that is in Sierra Leone today is owned by a foreigner.
The same way every drilling company in Nigeria is owned by a foreigner. Shell, India company, they have sold some to India, Lebanese, all. Do you think it's normal? No. Do you think it's normal? Listen, continue listening.
Every mining company. If it's not the Chinese, it's the American, it's the British. Our electricity, Bumuda, is run by the British, and we still don't have light. We're looking for light, electricity. If you don't have electricity, how can you talk about education? How can you talk about health facility? How can you talk about improving
Do you know that electricity normally should be under national security? Just like the same thing like food. You know that? And health. But when your national security is in the hands of foreigners, what do you think? Hell, Ike Guru. Ike Guru. I'm look at them now say, are you the Tedrinde Ozowa? Or just I put a knock, I detend Ozowa. How would the main players I know now watch? If nobody now watch itself for all the popular, very worst popular side, the lowest of the low popular, or what the VIP side? No, because I went in on a VIP side now watch kwa. Here no na I quarter no na popular side millions or now mine. Is that what we continue allowing in this world? Now party everywhere all over the world. Now cho asylum, now cho paper. Let us pity ourselves, please. Let us pity our future generation. Continue listening.
The infrastructure of your country. We don't have electricity. Now, do we actually even have proper water? Pipe-borne water. So that our kids will not be sick. We don't have those facilities. Why? With all the minerals we have, there is a cap you put. Before my husband became the president of Sierra Leone was benefiting. They said, what's the word? 0.000.1%. What is that?
Of their own thing, of their own natural resources. 0.0001% of what comes out from their land. Listen, she analyzed it.
Basically, a company can take as much as $100 million out of the country in terms of minerals, and then they can just give the country $10,000.
Do you see it? Do you see the evil they are coming? Those that want us to, they brought to heaven for us to go. Free heaven, free. Just believe and you go. Just make sure you die. Believe. Oh, they are taking, if they take, for example, 100 million worth of mineral resources. Now, what they give back to the country is $10,000. Imagine it. Here, the man, is this thing good? For how long do you think we can continue like this? You know, our leader at the first time, during his time in broadcast, one day he said that, do you know that the oil terminal, you don't have meter? Where they load oil to barrels, so to pump oil outside, to go outside, to ships. There is no meter. Before God the man, that day I said, no, you know, normal, maybe he's talking out of normal. No, it's not. Later on, I saw this in prints. And a senior high-profile NNPC official saying it. That look, Nigerian oil terminal, no meter there. At that day, I was chilled. Say no meter. Anything foreigners, foreign companies that are in charge of the oil declare to Nigeria is what they just write. No meter, nothing, no control. Which means they will pump 7 million barrels of oil and tell Nigeria today is 1.5 million. No market. You know, they are destroying now. They are doing oil bunkering. So 1.5, 1.3 safe. They will declare 1.3 million out of 7 million barrels. I was shocked. How do you think that we can take back our land from the hands of this evil I don't call them colonial masters. Evil colonialists, greedy colonialists. That we are in their country, they are pushing out left, right, and center. We are begging in their land, not knowing that it is what comes from our land. It is what they are stealing, their ability to steal. These are natural resources, gold, diamond, everything, even money. They make you, every politician, they loot, they tell you, encourage you, put in a bank, in our bank. How can we continue allowing this type of life? Let me finish it.
Now, what will $10,000 do for our health system? What is $10,000 do for our educational system? And these are the things I believe that are stopping Africa from progressing. We don't have a say. The sense about us celebrating independence, I don't know why we celebrate independence, because we are not free.
We are not free. We shouldn't be celebrating independence. I am telling you, madam, you are bold. But people that hear this message, what would they do? Why should we celebrate independence? Oh, we are independent. We are now how many years? 64 years. Nonsense. This is the worst. Even had it been Britain is directly in charge, without this flag independence, it could have been better. Because we will hold them responsible. Even if it is apartheid the government, no problem. We will be, at least there will be electricity. There will be, we know that they are in, we continue fighting them that direct, that they are the cause of everything. But now it's worst because they are using their back. You know, they are in charge of the system, and the system is in charge of us. That's why Tinubu killed Lekki massacre. Britain told him, don't worry, go bring out military, kill them, no problem. After killing people, killing Nigerians in Lekki Tollgate, he was made president. He was rewarded by to be a president. Have you seen that type of thing before? Now, before I open the lines, let me finish.
Can become one of the wealthiest and most prosperous countries in the world with oil. The United States absolutely does not want these African countries, Ghana, Gabon.
The United States does not want all these African countries to come up to be in charge of themselves, their destiny. That is what this man is saying. That is the reason for all these things. All these, lip services, they want everybody exterminated so that they will take over what is in there. Not even only being exterminated, no. Now they want you even to live, to be producing, and they'll be harvesting organs so that the more you produce, the more organs they have. They use you as experimental ground. You understand? Experimental ground. So they don't want you to. It's a systematic thing. It's a systematic thing. That is what this man is trying to explain. Let me play it, Finny. Let me.
The United States absolutely does not want these African countries, Ghana, Gabon, Senegal, the Ivory Coast, to turn into the next Norway because of their own oil-rich resources. Can become one of the wealthiest and most prosperous countries in the world with oil. That's exactly what happened in Norway in 1969 when they discovered oil. Went from being basically an irrelevant country, poor, by today's standards, becoming one of the wealthiest and most prosperous and highest life in
Finland he's talking about became the most prosperous courtesy of their natural resources. Before they were nothing. The same natural resources we have in our land, but our organs are being harvested. But we are running all over the world, not as tourists, no, but as hustlers. And we are happy about it.
expectancy, free health care. People don't leave the country. They don't travel. They stay there.
See where the man is saying people don't leave the country because their country have been built. Do you think that leaving your country to go and scavenge and hustle outside, do you think it's a credit? No. Unless you are going as expatriates or as tourists, going to enjoy and sightseeing and come back. Do you see that what we saw before? But today, in our land, when you have a UK visa, you will go and give testimony. Don't you see that we love low life? They are, bringing us down to the lowest of the low. You have American visa, you go and give testimony. People will be praising you. How do you think even Americans will feel that, oh, you have our visa and you got grown? Don't you think that it makes them see you as a lower human being? That is what they want. They are your God. That is it. You have to pray and fast in order to get people's visa. Whereas a German that wants a Nigerian visa, They will even, I think, he will apply on internet and get it immediately. They will even, if you want to stay 1 week, they will beg him, Oga, why not stay 2 weeks now? Stay 1 month, I beg. They will beg you to come and take visa. Are you hearing me? Now, how can you compare yourself with that person? The only thing is for us to build a system. That is our system. That is the only thing. Let us, what we are doing is laying a foundation of a system that we can call our own system. It is the foundation that we are laying today, both mentally and physically. That's why we preach things that are hard, things that you never think of, things that you will hear and say, Mazi Jonathan, no, we are trying to unlearn and relearn. We are laying a foundation inside our heads in order to build a system that is our own. These are the foundations.
After they graduate college in Oslo, it's like, imagine that happening to Africa. The United States absolutely cannot allow that to happen, cannot allow Africa to become prosperous. They'll do whatever they can to keep that from happening.
Do you see the reason why they are in charge of the system? We're a powerful country, there is something he's stealing from others. Because all of us, we came into this world together. Not as spectators, no. But exploitation is allowed in this world. Do you hear me? Exploitation is allowed. Looting for your public, for your own people's interest is allowed. Are you hearing? As long as you can get away with it. That's why, like in the coast of Somalia, the European Union brought out their military might. They don't want to solve the problem. They don't care about the lives of Somalians that are miserable. What they want to do, so that they will be protecting their fishermen that are exploiting the Somalian coast. That is it. They don't care. Somalians can go to hell. If they will be using their media to tarnish the image, piracy, everything, they are bad people, they are Islamic. It's a lie. The cause of the problem is their exploitation. They don't talk about it, for goodness sake. Here on this radio, this is a revolutionary radio, not like any other. Are you hearing me? Do you hear when Blinken visited the coast of Guinea? Bight of Biafra, which they call the Gulf of Guinea now. Cape Verde, Ghana, Nigeria, Angola. What do you think? They are trying to protect their roots, sea roots, because they were menaced, they were threatened, they are threatened in the Gulf of Aden. And also the fishing that is going on, people that they are exploiting. We are only talking about our natural resources, so of oil, limestone. No, what about our sea? Do you know that normally in our land, normally there should be boat? Why do you think that there is no boat ride even from Lagos? No transport boat from Lagos to Iguacha. No transport boat from Lagos to Benin Republic, to Ivory Coast, to the whole coast of Africa. Normally, there should be boat transport. But they don't want it. They don't want you to be seeing their trawler, fishing trawler. Ordinary people to be videoing, seeing their fishing trawlers exploiting and stealing our fishes. They don't want it. And all these things, the system they put in place is hiding it. That is why I will go into a few minutes break. And when I come back, I will open the line so that, please, Biafrans, you talk. I need think tanks, please, to call and give their view. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, the lines will be open and you will start calling. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
Above all, I'm a doctor.
Oh yeah, sorry, I omitted that. He's a medical practitioner in Owerri. Yeah. And he's today going to talk about an impending danger that is hovering around medical doctors in Nigeria. I think it is better he says it. Please remember to like our Facebook page and subscribe to our YouTube platform. My name again is RFamH. Doc, I want to ask, recently you raised an alarm through a letter you transmitted to the National Assembly, the Senate specifically. And in that letter, in fact, you touched the whole world. You copied the UN, you copied ILO, you copied the Conference of Bishops in Africa, Asia, Europe. You touched everywhere in the world. And you talked about a planned genocide of doctors in Nigeria. It's very disturbing. Can you explain or expand on that and let us know what is happening really?
Yes, thank you very much for highlighting this issue. The alarm was raised again because we've talked about this in the past, that when the Global Fund, through the Federal Ministry of Health, started sending people for the third survey of health professionals and private health institutions. They were going around collecting data of location and personnel in all private hospitals in Nigeria. And this data they are actually collecting, that's totally unconstitutional. You cannot collect private data for any purpose first without seeking the consent of the organizations involved, personal consent of the people involved, and explaining to them what this data is for. One, a foreign agent cannot collect data in Nigeria. So the Global Fund, funded by Bill Gates, has no locus to collect any data because health is national security and the data is protected under the 1999 Constitution. So they were not supposed to do that in the first place. Now, let's see the history of this data collection. They had approached the association. Then I was the chairman of the Association of Private Medical Practitioners of Nigeria, Imo State, and we went to a national council, national executive meeting in Aba, and they came there to ask us that they want to collect data from the Global Fund funded by Bill Gates.
Just a minute, sir. Is it the Bill Gates group that approached, or they approached you through an intermediary?
No, the Bill Gates group was funding an NGO who came to make a presentation at the National Executive Council meeting, telling us they want the data to make yellow pages. Yellow pages, and this was for doctors. And what was this? Yellow pages for doctors, so that they can have a directory where all the doctors are. Now they were asking for a...
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 12th day of April 2024. Tatabo Bocheke. Remember, today we are still talking about the continuous colonial legacy in Africa. And I want our people, if you call now, you tell me, what do you think how should we remove ourselves from this colonial legacy, even if Biafra comes? How? What is your opinion, please? That is what I'm asking. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142547. I repeat, +61 405 142547. I already have callers waiting. I have a caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Mazi?
Yes, Mazi. Mazi,
There, you are the first caller. Please go on.
Okay. Oh, one name. Okay, Mazi Amechi from Canada. Thank you so much. Your last program, I followed your last program. I couldn't call, and sometimes I said I'm not going to call. But you asked a very good question today. I will answer your questions. But just two highlights of him in the last program. You play that clip again now about our brother who is single-handedly fighting the gate. Now, the reason why the gate is surviving in Africa, democracy is a new colonial tool and is harming us. Let me just leave it there.
Yes.
Now, the question is, Jobo, what are we going to do to remove the tentacles of these colonial masters if Biafra comes? Mazi, I was able to, as you were saying it, I was able to highlight certain things. One of the major things, with some points, I get to remove them, to chase them quietly from us, first, to ensure that I'm with steady power supply. Once we have steady power supply, we encourage local production. I'm telling you practical things we can do. Like you mentioned, the small kids of Biafra origin that will manufacture drones, and nobody is paying attention. We pay attention to those kids and make sure that we encourage local production. If you go to Enugu, there's a place they call camp, mechanic there. They manufacture. If you go there, you say that your brake pad is
Mazi, can I ask you something, please? In our speed, I understand you very well, but because we need to start from the scratch. What do you think the type of even government that we warrant? Because before talking about even development, there must be organization. You understand? And for me, if we allow this our even democracy, only on a Quran, only on a Moroto, only on a form of political man, we will be there for another 200 years. So what do you think?
Exactly, Mazi.
For me, we need at first we need autocracy. That is a dictator, good one. Go on. That's my opinion.
I didn't want. Yeah, thank you. You are on point. Actually, I'm coming to that side because if I go that side to look as if I'm debating, let me come to that side now. You know that Muammar Gaddafi wanted to build Libya like the present day Dubai by autocratic government.
Of course.
But they saw what he wanted to do. They saw his vision and they killed it. So in Africa needs the abroad democracy now. We need an autocratic government that will put everybody in order. First, that will put everybody in order. I can't remember somebody who was making a program. I can't remember, one of the media warriors was making a program, and they said, I think it's Biafran child. Somebody said, if you come to these Western countries that things are functioning, it might. I think it's their own program. The only three people that we take decision, put the whole country right, every other person will follow. Because the ordinary white man on the street may not have that mental toughness. So what we need in Biafra is we need a strong autocratic hand. Few people with that ideology to put the whole country in the right direction. Then everybody will start following before we now develop our own system of government. But if we start with democracy, just like you rightly said, they will raise opposition, arm them, they will come and fight, they will mess us up. So now I understand where your question is going. First of all, we need to start with autocratic hand to ward off all those foreign scavengers. We set our place, fix our place, set it right before we come to this detailed development I wanted to say.
There were Mazi. I am on the same wavelength with you, honestly speaking. If we get our land and we say no, democracy, everybody, go from political party. Let us say, another 500 years of kata. Who are those that are going to do democracy? For those that are their brains are Nigerians. Those that will start using clan. Even if that time, even if we remove anything state in Biafra land, they will start before, remember, before oldly before so na they will start bringing what they learned, they brought up from Nigeria. We need somebody. This is my own personal opinion. We need somebody that is, heavy-handed, a dictator. If you are not, if you are defeating, I'm telling you. Let me tell you, Europe, France, you see, without Napoleon Bonaparte, he was a very big dictator. Do you know how many French people he slaughtered? Do you know? Or do you study history? No, you don't know now. Without Napoleon Bonaparte, there will be nothing like modern France. You cannot talk about developed France without Napoleon Bonaparte. But they hid that side that to tell you that he is a very big dictator. Even he became, he called himself emperor. He became emperor. But he's a good one. Without discipline, there will be nothing like a real democracy. Forget what the West is. The Western country is just promoting chaos in Africa, deceiving everybody. Oh, you are democratic. You are this. You are that. Is life from the pit of hell. Nothing. You must. There must be discipline. That is why I like what Paul Kagame is doing. People don't understand what that man is. He's putting Rwanda in the right path. Is after many years of dictatorship, when people that must have gotten accustomed to discipline, must have gotten accustomed to obeying. That is obedience. That is discipline. That's the way the Europeans are programmed. It started right from time with dictators. Until once they see it's the people, little by little there will be reformation, little by little. People now, all the people that are born into Nigeria, that have Nigerian brain, will have faded, died off, faded. Now new people will be born into Biafra and rose with the code of discipline. Now, when they grow, mature, they born their children also. Little by little, there will be reformation to be so, okay, let us follow this path. By that time, no person, there will be common ideology, common discipline. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please go on. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. What is happening? Let me see. Is it from the phone? Caller on WhatsApp, your phone is muted. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Why are you not talking? I have to take another call, please. Caller on direct line. Caller on WhatsApp and Signal. Hold on. Let me call on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi. Go on, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, my big brother Mazi Jonathan. I salute you for the job that you are doing. And Nnamdi, I salute you and all the BOS and all the health response officers and Biafrans. I salute you. Mazi, am I coming out clear? Mazi, there is one I disagree with you.
Go on.
That one is the exploitation of. You said that it's allowed if they can exploit. You have been saying it. That is allowed, but I don't think it's criminality.
Mazi, okay, let us interact. You are. I don't know whether you are paying, but let us interact. Now, what defines criminality? Criminality, you can, once, what I'm saying, once it is for the benefit, not for your individual gain. Governments use criminality for your information. Do you know that? Governments all over the world, they use criminality. Governments have capacity and power to do anything. They can kill. Government kills. Governments kill. Governments do all type of things, but they do it in coded way. So that's why normally, okay, don't you see what I read in the news? Ghana looted artifacts that worth billions of dollars since 150 years back, but they now loan it back to Ghana. Do you see how the world is working? Okay, do you think that Ghana will just take it and say, okay, we have collected back our? It's Ghana, you know, but they gave them as loan for maybe 3 years. Do you see? Ghana can say, okay, we have collected it back, but they don't have the power to do so. That's why I say exploitation is allowed only if you can get away with it. That is the clause in it. You understand? If you can now invade see America now. How many souls did America kill in Iraq with England? How many souls with a lie that, oh, Saddam Hussein has a weapon of mass destruction? After everything, they say, no, we lied, we are wrong. Okay, Tony Blair resigned, only resignation, nothing more. People have died. Some families have been closed in Iraq. Now, what do you call that? How are they going to get justice? Nothing, because power is might. It's allowed in this world. That is how the world works. Whether we like it, that is the thing. Only if you have the only thing why other people are not doing it, because they don't have the power to get away with it. That is the reality. That is why we need to organize ourselves and be coming up, not to be spectators in this world, but to be players. Mazi, please go on.
Yeah, Mazi, I have to say this. I understand where you're coming from, but for me, if I have to explain it in the same word, I will tell them that it's a criminality. And they know it's criminal. You know, these people, let me tell you exactly why they are doing what they are doing. I'm still saying it, and I'm telling people that the reason why you see these countries doing what they're doing is because of they think they have upper hand of, distributing ammunition. You know, they can manufacture ammunition. They can do all manner of missiles to destabilize all the countries that didn't have that opportunity to build those missiles they built. Because if you look at it now from this way, if I have to say it, do you think if it is possible that African countries will have the type of ammunition that America have, even including with nuclear bomb, that can, reach New York in 15 minutes? Do you think they will come and be harassing us? Do you think so?
No, but that is what Mazi, we are saying the same thing. Now, the capability, build that capability. If you to build that capability is not easy. Do you know how many people died during testing of during this nuclear weapon? Can you be, even ordinary organizing ourselves? Can we do it? But these people, among every other odds, they were able to organize themselves and start building, be disciplined enough, remove their selfishness. That is what I'm saying. So you are calling it common. If we have that, if the devil is in the detail, that if we are talking covers everything. If we have the capacity, the nuclear weapon, Africa, do you think America can challenge us, come and start doing what they are doing? They won't. They know that India wipe away out of this world. So that is the thing. That is if that condition you put there is the key. To build that if is not easy. That is what I'm saying. Go on, Mazi.
Okay, Mazi, thank you very much. I just want to, because you've been saying it, but for me, I understand exactly, where you're coming from. But for me, I actually believe that it's criminality, because they are listening. They knew that they are stealing. They know they are committing criminality, but because nobody will don't have the capability to challenge them. But let me just tell you, you see that Russia have the capability to challenge America today. That is why they cannot able to go into Russia today to balkanize it, because that has been American
Mazi, let me add something
today.
here, just as you said. You know, I was watching, I laugh. When, you know, the other day, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, Ukraine sent to you used drone attack Russia, this thing, is it oil facility, and damage it. Russia immediately. Joe Biden said no. He came out publicly, said no, we didn't support Ukraine to attack Russia in their territory. I had Joe Biden on television. When I had it, I was laughing. You know, when you get what the other, they know now. Russia has the highest conglomerate of nuclear weapon, with the highest. They are number one, with almost 5,000 nuclear warheads. The highest, 800 kilotons of nuclear. America is second with the highest they have is 400 and something kilotons. Just like almost half of Russia, this thing, in the explosive power. So they know all these things. Power is might. That is it. What you call criminality, this and that, you know, it doesn't, in the political world, the political stage, there is nothing like that. Where criminality is for the people. You know, no. If you can use criminality in order to get what you want as a country, as long as you can get away with it, it's allowed. That's why I used to say this is the free world. You know, this thing they put as United Nations controlling this is for the weak. For the weak people, they made it, not for the strong. Look at what Israel is doing. Look at how they attack an embassy. An embassy. Well, do you know? Because they have support, they're on top. Go let another country go and try it. Mazi, please. You don't know wow, hypocrisy. Forget. Yeah, what is in this world is ordinary hypocrisy. The only thing is what we are fighting for us to build a capacity as a people. We come together, build a capacity, and be among the world players. That is QED. Others are talking, you talk. But as long as we say no, there is nothing like conscience or sentiment or criminality. Once it comes to, you know, fighting for communal interest, for your information. Otherwise, how do you think Europe can come and colonize? Do you know what is colonialism? Invade Africa, and they are still on top of it, and we are calling them colonial masters. And you know, they are on top, controlling our system. What evil? What more evil is more than this? Mazi is only building capacity that we need. Mazi, please go on and round up. Go on.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. We must continue. The heaven and earth and the heaven and earth and the nature are bearing us witness that our hands are clean. We are only asking to get our freedom to survive as human beings. Since the amalgamation of that Pakmaya called Nigeria, our people have never experienced anything good. We have never experienced go to bed and sleep with your two eyes closed. We have never experienced anything good. What we experience is killing, mayhem, destruction, and all types of things. The war that Muhammadu Buhari, the dead pedophile Muhammadu Buhari, planning to fight against our people. Mazi Nnamdi thwart it, and what he did with his failure and other things, they now pass it to the Escobar himself, the most dangerous criminal human being on this planet Earth, Tinubu. Now he is using systematically way to fight Nnamdi. But I'm asking my people, we must not continue being in a defensive. We must not continue being in a defensive. We better fight these people once and for all again. And we are everywhere. That is why I want to ask my people. You see that these people cannot defeat us. So what about these people? Whatever they are looking for start, we are everywhere in the whole world. Do you think that if they start this their rubbish, therefore all over the whole world, do you think we will fold our hands? The dictatorship is 1967. Their embassies is everywhere. I don't need to, you know, our people should leave gossip. Our people should begin to reason. Our people should begin to read the handwriting on the wall. They are destroying our markets. They are doing Look at those. Let me tell our people something. If you look at what, if you, I know some of you know who they call a Denica grandson. You listen to his broadcast. I know some of you listen to whatever he was saying, preaching against our people. I know you listen to Adamu and Kule conversation. You see whatever they discuss is this what they are implementing now in Lagos. You see how they systematically boxing our people's house and property and their businesses. When they burn it, they go there and seal it up. Go back and listen to those Adeleka grandson. That's it he was saying. It's exactly what they are implementing. But let me tell our people, the better we remove ourselves from Nigeria, the better for us, because when we get out from Nigeria and have our own country, no anybody, they know. That is why I'm asking Igbo. It's our people. Some of them say they're educated, but some people, do you think if we stand on our own, get our freedom, do you think somebody, one Alamagiri in the north or one Omonile can burn your business without our government asking to come and pay for it? They must explain. But because if they destroy your business, that's one Nigeria. Biafrans, no one way. I got no reason why these people are born on your market, but I got over they will never even try it. I got one government to government. They know these idiots, these useless idiots. I cost the day. Britain bring their stupid leg in their land. I'm going to with this useless set of people. I know I'm going to with these bastards. I know I caught them. They will never see anything good. We must celebrate ourselves. Oshike. We have to surrender everything. My home after I will through why. We have to push. We cannot continue crying. Our people are dying. Mazi,
There were Mazi. We must continue. This war, the there is no yelling. You know, at the beginning, we thought that the United Nations come and help us. Oh, Israel, you are our natural ally. Help us. Now we are seeing the reality, the wickedness in this world. That is the reality of the world. That's it. Right from time, the world have been on conquest. The people conquer. Alexander the Great conquering. Even in your Bible, the Israel, they conquer and you praise them. They go and kill pregnant women in Canaan, in the city of Canaan, and you praise them. You use it to praise Jesus. That is how the world is. There is no pity. Our brother is talking about crime. Who is committing? Government commit crime. Hold them. As long as it's for the goodness of the people, that is it. Nothing like crime. It's for the weak people. That's it. Caller on signal, you have been there for 16 minutes, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Mazi Jonathan, we must continue.
Of course.
And my name is Mazi Bona. Mazi Jonathan, straight to your question. How did you go para no do? Because how do you guys go to just say anything na? Like if you go to Africa, Even Ragabalo being on a Berlin conference 1884-85. Man, na for Africa a kind of companies. All these countries even in Africa, they are like companies, shops, or should I use the word farmland, or in Africa. And the managers, the supervisors were Americans and European, British. Wounded in charge, and how only I don't want to get now. We are like product of their finished process. You understand? For years, decades, up to century, how do this job through their religious missionaries who came, that's what they are our land. The land they had the report to that they share, but they are changed from our originality to some of us now with the Chinese, some even we are now different products. I don't anything original to us. So if we understand this thing from this angle, I got matter that how something I got rush kind of with or to challenge them, because as far as history is concerned, nuclear report everywhere. In African soil,
you said something here. You said that Oboro is not something. I get GK. Nah, yeah, because they have everything. If they have even through religion, they can come and start a problem. Through nuclear weapons, they wipe you off. So it needs tactic. It's tactical. Only the brainstorm, heavy tactics. Only the brain in order to solve our problem. Because this is why no name. Once you walk out, who are you? Where are you going? I mean, you wipe out and you go. That's it. So only the tactics. Mazi, go on, please.
Mazi, even to I need a revolution. Revolution now, revolution war or something, or equity with colonial structures in Africa and revolution now, agricultural revolution, religious revolution, political revolution, cultural revolution. I need the revolutionary, our minds, our upcoming generation, our mind to say be revolutionized. I say direct for our mind, just like we do Biafra now. The leading voice in that aspect. Even more people character that our originality we hear Nnamdi had rebuilt for especially before the encounter the slave master or the slaver. Because no people to see the dictatorship. In as much as I agree, without our mind, it is stable. A dictator cannot function, because he made the history of Gaddafi meant well for his people. People like India mean. Well, when I was small, I don't tell India mean even knowledge even the tigre could die and all of this. Those are horrible things I know about. Even me, I end up hating him. I for one of the worst leaders in Africa. For India mean of
is European propaganda, Western propaganda against somebody that is challenging?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I want this thing from this angle. I want this education, this awareness, Radio Biafra is championing, is the precursor or the mental truth of our survival. Because just like you rightly told our brother, you cannot go into any fight or war without first of all making the people understand the reason why you're fighting, for them to know that this is the reason why you're fighting for them, and this is the benefit of because when we don't inform our people, the Westerners must, because they are master strategies, how they raise people who will counter you, people who will fight to suppress whatever be your vision, and surprisingly to you, that the general masses of the people got support to her, because the awareness has not been created. So I agree with one of our brothers. He might be listening in one of our comrades' platform. On make a statement that now the battlefield is in our mind, it's in the brain. The greatest battlefield of an African man, we are fighting the battle is in our brains, because the Western instrument in our land, all in our brains, everywhere, we breathe it in everywhere we are. If I want them more in Africa, people are not changing. More the churches who you go now, make us totally Igbo from again. You go okay, Otano go down in on Alibo. Only go get na super English, as a governor and state, maybe I know no mind Mazi Basso. No, governor. And for you again, you so our people, we are already. I'm my people that now. you see this Western drug, this opioid in Dutch by the Africans. All by the other regions, other people in Africa, one shot, I buy the almost 10 shots because anyone they promote to anything Western influence more than the whole other race in Nigeria as far as Nigeria is constituted is true. This is where our problem lies. So my own understanding after critical analyzing all these things, we must continue to redirect our minds. Let our people know that going back to our roots we are talking about, I will go Egaga Burukite. Because they hear any guys in Ali Bona Mazi, as going back to our Umajina Galaga Stracha and Kana Power Abba, teacher in our Ima Kwamado, Etiada, Aquaman Negi, Ya Bawa Chike, Mue Amaka Onyeka, Moyanaka Gogo. Yeah, how we have to going back to our root. Going back to our root, Eba Hobidro. Here, I take like mentioned Udi, all those pyramids. They were handwork of people. We must begin to go back to our Kanu. Encourage our local products, just like our brother rightly pointed out. But we cannot do these things and achieve them without first of all decolonizing our minds religiously first. Because Mazi, continue your good work. Our leader remains Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And he must be freed. It has done no harm to anybody. He's a freedom fighter who is only speaking for the freedom of his people. Along the lines of Sunday them and the Amo Elishu Ruides and all of them. Their own life is not more precious than Ahmadike's life. Ahmadike needs his family and his family needs him. Tinubu should release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu according to appeal court judgment of October 13, 2022. On that appeal court we stand. And finally, in submission, I must say that if Biafra comes tomorrow, these people in the helm of affair of IPOB who are the leadership of DOS must come forward to champion the cause of Biafra as a government. Let them not say they have fought for freedom and sit by the side and wait. They must come forward because this is my own humble opinion. It's not anybody's. I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm speaking my own humble opinion.
Thank you very much. We must continue. I have callers waiting. Let me see. Mazi, Joe, are you still there? Can you hear me? Mazi Joe, can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please. Yeah, please go on, Mazi Joe. Mazi, what is happening? Go on now.
Yes, I'm speaking.
Go on.
Am I coming out now?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so Mazi, the topic for this evening's discussion is a very huge one. A huge one in the sense that I have been thinking about this, I've been asking myself this question, or rather these questions as well. First and foremost, we need to be free. We need to be out from the cobweb.
Mazi,
from the we need to
Mazi,
be free from
are you on movement?
the Bretton Woods. We need to be free from the Bretton Woods. That's the IMF and their sister organizations. Mazi, how do we free ourselves from this? We need to bow our door. Mazi, we in every way we've tried. We've cried enough. Nobody is coming to our aid. Nobody will come to our aid except we do.
Mazi, what is happening? What is happening your side? Are you on movement? Yeah, the connection is going and coming sometime. Go on, please. Go on.
Okay. So as I was saying, sir, am I coming out clear, sir?
Mazi, go on. Why all this preamble?
Good. Yeah. So as I was saying, we have to take whatever that belongs to us. We don't have to wait for anybody to come and dictate anything to us. Look at Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. Today, as me and you are talking, I think not too long ago, a military aircraft from a country, the country that is opposite the opposite of the USA, landed in Niger with some of their men. Now, it's a message to the Western world that they are no more needed. They will definitely live there. If you notice that these three countries, they have to do what they have to do, because if they don't do it, they will still be in the mess that they are. A decision has to be taken by our people. Either we want to be free or we want to continue to die. We want to continue to be in this mess that we are in. Our people don't understand yet that war is upon us. Economic war, economic blockade, everything. Okay, they don't want ships to land in the east. It's a blockade. They blockaded us from. They blockaded ships from coming to the east. That's economic blockade. They are strangulating our market, our Igbo traders in Lagos, strangulating them all over the country, religiously. They are killing us in all strata of life. They are making sure that the Igbo man does not succeed. The billionaires are hearing it out. The ordinary marketer is hearing it out. Don't our people understand that? They don't know what is enough. Enough is enough. They are recruiting terrorists to kill our people. Our people are busy there doing content making. They are running up and down, sitting, going to clubs, wasting money and doing rubbish. And people are coming over to take their lands. Today is Friday. Many of them will be out there looking for where to go and drink. In this present condition, that they should be thinking of fighting for their freedom. Mazi, the way I'm seeing our people, I'm beginning to feel sorry for many of our people, because they don't understand that war is upon us now. They are fighting against Igbo people from all angles now. Religiously, economically, they are bringing their terrorist they are bringing the military just against us. They want to subjugate us at all costs. And Britain really wants this to happen, because they know that if Biafra rises, Africa will rise. If there is light in Biafra, there will be light in the whole of Africa. They are afraid of us. Mazi, we need to do what we have to do. We need to do it. Even in their Bible, they say that the kingdom of heaven suffered violence. By violence, it took it by force. Mazi, that heaven they are talking about is in this world. That heaven they are talking about is Europe, is America, is Australia, is Canada. Anybody that looks for their trouble, they take violence to go and visit that person. They are always taking away war from their own. They don't want war to come to them. They take the war to that person. That is what they do. That is the meaning of their violence. That is the meaning of democracy. Is a synonym for war. War is a synonym for a democracy. Democracy gave birth to coup plotting. Democracy gave birth to corruption. Democracy gave birth to every negative things happening in this world right now. They brought their Western democracy to press it on people, to make sure that people do their bidding.
Mazi, how do you think that we will, get off and get genuine liberation and get off the hands of the colonizers from us? How?
Okay,
that's my question.
Thank you, Mazi, for the question. Now, like as I said earlier when I started, anything freedom is not free. We need to fight first and foremost to end that freedom. After we end that freedom, we need to maintain it by decisiveness, decisiveness in the sense that laws will be promulgated to make sure that everybody are binded to be respectful to the nation. Laws will be implemented that will make sure that everybody respects the rules and law of the land of Biafra. Anybody that goes contrary against it must face the penalty. Look at what happened to that Vietnamese woman, a billionaire that stole billions of euro, dollars, everything. They sentenced her to death. The money is going back to the Vietnamese people. Laws will be implemented that will make people to understand that if you go or sabotage against Biafra, you are going to pay for it. As if there's no need for us to be hiding anything. If we want to go the way of autocracy, we go autocracy. If we want to go the way of North Korea, we go the way of North Korea. If we want to go the way of Russia, we go the way of Russia. If we want to go the way that will make our people to have common sense, to know that doing good is what doing good, respecting your national anthem, respecting your national pledge, respecting human dignity, everybody will be bound under the law and rules and regulation of Biafra. Nobody is going to be exempted. No leader, no server, or anybody working for the beauty or for the greatness of Biafra shall be excluded. Discipline is number one. Discipline is number one. We need to make our people to understand that we have our pride to keep. We have our pride as Biafrans to keep. Nobody can come and use political Gestapo to set us up anymore. No, it will not work. Like what happened in Mali, I think 2 days or 3 days ago. The military guy there suspended all opposition parties and activities. Why? Because they got information that they are being used by the French and their Western allies. He immediately stopped it. He told them no more campaign, nothing, and that is how it's meant to be. We will block all the loopholes. We block it, even to the extent of religion. We will have bodies, organizations that will make sure that within us, everybody, whatever you stick to in your religion, stick to it. Don't use it to disturb any other person. Everybody will be controlled. Everybody will be checked, because without it, we cannot have a country that is our own. Mazi, we should not shy away from the fact that in this 21st century, there's nothing to hide anymore. Nothing to hide anymore. Everybody is seeing what is happening. Wars are being planned by the superpowers because they want to have more grip on economies. They want to have more grip on natural resources that will take them away to planet Mars. Because as we are speaking now, they are planning to relocate to planet Mars after they destroy the whole world with a nuclear weapon. Russia is going to, I think, Mars or Moon to go and build a nuclear plant. Mazi, you see where these people are going? They are leaving us here. They are even thinking of 2,000 years. They want to go. They want to go and stay on their own.
Of course.
And we are still here. And we are still here. I bind in the name of who? What's our people's problem? What's our people's problem? Some of them will go to the church. They will be reading chaplets. They are not working, nothing, but they believe that Jesus go do am. Jesus go do am. I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. Who are people are dying in war now? Why has the blood not covered them? All of them are busy doing. Mazi, it's such a pity. I don't know what's happening to our Igbo people. I don't know. Can't they see that we are at war? War is upon us. Mazi, the only way going forward is for force to meet force. It's for force to meet force. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much. You know, like what our brother said, they plan ahead. Do you think as making plan to go to Mars, to go and colonize Mars, do you think it's ordinary? They want, if they go, or if they select themselves and go, they can destroy this world. They can destroy this world, and after some of them will come back to Earth and start afresh, start reproducing, and remove the lower castes, mostly Africans, that have been destroyed. I know they are not all we gone and not all. Sometimes I say, do we come into this world as Very bad. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Thank you for waiting for 26 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Mazi, can you hear me? Your voice is sounding somehow. Mazi, caller on WhatsApp, are you hearing me? Mazi, please go on. You left your WhatsApp.
Professor Jonathan, I can hear you.
There, well, go on, please. Go on.
Can you hear me?
Go on, Mazi. Yes, go on.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jonathan, for taking my call. You're speaking to a brother. I'm calling from Afridi Sud. Afridi Sud is South Africa. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience who set up this radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and spirituality to educate us. And that is what you, Professor Jonathan, is doing. I greet all radio listeners of Radio Biafra. Mazi, thank you for taking my call. Professor Jonathan, first of all, you ask us, what are we going to do to remove ourselves from the power of the colonial masters, the principalities ruling the world, when Biafra come? Professor Jonathan, first of all, in my own view, both present and past politicians have no place in Biafra politics if we go into the route of politics. If we go into the route of democracy, there will be nobody, both the serving one, the served one before, the present and the past cannot be. Because the reason why I said I have my reason. Yerima Shetima, the vice president, said that the integration of the Igbo politicians in Nigeria politics has just begun in 2023. So automatically they are disqualified, because if you can be in politics in a group of people for 60 good years since independence and you are not contributing anything, you are not well established, you are not incorporated properly, it's only this 2023 that the Igbo politicians are being considered. In Igbo language, that means 2023 can be the Igbo Ajam. So they are not qualified. That is my first thing that I will do, or that is the first thing I will that is advocate in Biafra land or in Biafra government, that these are what our leaders, we as the ordinary masses, will ask from them, that nobody, both present and past, can participate in the ruling or in decision making in Nigeria, because in Biafra land, because they are all disqualified. Another thing I wanted to do, I would like to be done in Biafra land, is food security. The food security, we must make sure that our food is being provided by ourselves. There will be no food import, any food import to inside Biafra land. We will not allow that, because we don't know where some of our problem is coming. We don't know why our people are behaving somehow. We must make sure that our food is being provided by us, and I will go back and do it as the way we do it in ancient, even the way we are doing it even when we are still young. Professor Jonathan, I can tell you now that when we are still young, that my father, they give him chieftaincy because he can be able to feed the whole village for 7 good days with yam, not cassava. With yam, he can in the morning just come inside the compound and eat yam, both pounded yam and roasted one, and go for complete 7 good days. Then they call him, they give him chieftaincy title, which shows he can feed the family. Do you remember that even for you to be a complete man in Biafra land first, you must be able to, in my village I'm talking now,
You for a young guy, you must cultivate at least 100 hips in a day. You started by maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the afternoon. You must finish at least 100 hips in a day. That is what we will start to do. Yeah, because we want our men to be strong. Thirdly, I will advocate that any Biafra boy, a newborn baby, will have to, if it's a chicken or a cow or fowl or anything, we kill that that one that bitter is the one that we put him on his mouth, so that we can grow children who are mean. Who when they talk, who when they want to do something, they do it, because it looks like the Biafra men are no longer strong. They are not, now they only, I don't know how they think these days. They talk only like women. That is what Biafra men are now. And I advocate that we must give them bitter, some complete, that one that is very, very bitter is what they will give to a newborn baby. Professor Jonathan, nobody in Biafra land will answer a professor or a doctor or this without having a farmland. We are not going to have any title without having a farmland. If you cannot farm, then you have to adopt somebody who will do it for you. You must have a farmland before we can, even limited and all those. No, you must have a very big farmland for us to recognize you. Even if you are a doctor or a lawyer, food first. We must feed ourselves. We must be able to feed ourselves, and that food should not come external, no external food. Our own natural food is what we eat. We have to make sure that the decayed food or the food left over will be the fertilizer for our land, not chemical. We have to make sure. That is my own advocacy. Then what will we do when Biafra come? We must make sure that we grow natural, the way we are before. That is not when people talk about going the way we are before. We are feeding ourselves before. Our men are strong, our women are respected all over the world, and because of since we have realized that food is their problem, it's Africa's problem, we must make sure that everybody is feeding well in Biafra land, and it must be our own natural food. Professor Jonathan, do you know that our culture and everything have been destroyed? Professor Jonathan, do you know that the yam we eat now, when we are growing yam before, yam, if you touch yam, yam is scratching on your body. Yam will scratch you. But these days, the yam that we eat look like soap. If you use even the yam we eat now to wash your body, it's not going to give you any rashes on body, because it's so smooth that you don't know where this type of yam come. Do you know that the type of yam that they eat in Biafra land now, that before if you cut yam, you bring yam now and cut it maybe into 10 pieces and put it on the soil, the one will grow, but now they cannot grow. They have killed the real yam. We don't have the real yam now. It's a yam that grow straight. Yam now is very straight like a stick. And when it's like that, it's very, very smooth. Professor Jonathan, there are so many things that we will put into place when Biafra come. That is where I'm going to rest my case, because what is going on now is not the way that we wanted. We are not going to continue. Our own will be different. We will create a different government for ourselves. Because if you look at it now, can you see palm tree? Did you see now that they are even killing our original palm tree? They're now calling off agric one. And when you call this agric is GMO, but they don't want to recognize that it's GMO, because in 3 years it's growing palm tree. Then you don't imagine how can a palm tree grow in 3 years and start having nuts and everything, and you call it natural, you call it everything. They don't know what they are doing. Next time now, in the next 100 years or 50 years, you won't see our own country anymore. It's this one that even we who is short is taller than. That is what they are now planting everywhere. They don't know the implication of things. Professor Jonathan,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you. You are clamoring for agricultural revolution, which is also part of it, because many people don't understand. He who feeds you controls you. Once we are able to produce what we eat, the basic problem is solved. People don't understand that it is huge. That is why we are clamoring, we are calling for our people to engage in agriculture. That's it. Mazi Fan, you could just hold on. Let me take this call on direct line. Call on direct line, please. Thank you for coming in. Please go on. Can you hear me? Call on direct line.
Yes, sir. Mazi Jonathan, good evening. I'm calling from Georgia. Just very, very quick. I'm not going to be long. So, Mazi Jonathan, yeah, this our last caller. What he said was, I think that's a very good idea. Like here in America, I know now, you know, there's a lot of GMO when it comes to food. If you go to a store, like more personally, once I go to a grocery store, in the line I go to section for organic and section for GMO. So, like, of course, GMO is all this very cheap. So a lot of people now got to that GMO. Just like when we kept on news, I think that was yesterday. Some of the chickens that they make here, some Zuru chicken now at the shop, and they took it home. You make the chicken when he was boiling the chicken now body. So it's very, very good that we have anything that we have to produce in our own land. It's very important. If we see what we said, like people who are in charge of inspecting the kind of food, that's anything that has to come from outside Biafra land. Remember, once we have Biafra, we have a lot of enemies. There's a lot of people that don't want us to exist as a country. So we have a lot of enemies who wants to be trooping into Biafra land. So again, we have a lot of security when it comes to food. Anything has to do with food. Almost some countries in Asia, I think some in Japan, when I used to live in Japan, almost so many food that is being banned from the United States when it comes to GMO and all these things. It is being banned. You cannot bring it to you cannot bring it to Japan. So what I'm trying to say is that food, when it comes to that food production or whatever, we have to deal basically on our own. Make sure it's being our own. Of course, our own is well checkmate. But anything coming from outside has to be totally checkmate. If you don't want to, when we take it out, or whatever coming from outside, we just have to let it go. And then another thing I'm suggesting, once you have Biafra, it's very important that right from our kids when they go to school, Haga school, when they want to graduate, all of them, a mandatory that all the whole kids get to school, both man and woman, get through a military school. Haga with a military background, anything that has to do with military, all of them, because like I said, once we have Biafra, we have a lot of enemies. So we have to make sure we keep our young kids with anything that has to do with military. So how got through military school and military training, know how to shoot guns and everything. So in case of any eventuality, like you see what is going on in Israel today, there's a whole lot of Israelis. They went through military school. When you go to the shop, if you're working on the street, if you're working outside or whatever, you see their women with their guns and their guns with them because they are everly ready because they know they have enemies surrounding them. So it is very, very important that I wear this in Biafra. We set up that every kid that goes to school must have to graduate through military school and through military training, both knowing how to shoot the gun. So that, like I said, it's so much easier like that because when Nigerians, even though we are campaigning that we want to leave, and Nigerians don't want us to leave, and they know the reason why they don't want us to leave is simply because they know once we leave and have our own country, within the space of 10 years or whatever, they will see a whole lot of difference. And because of that, I know for that, so enemies will be coming in. So I think that is the best thing. This is my suggestion. So, this is just what I want to say. I don't want to speak too long.
You said it all. Military training is also good for discipline, for patriotism. To have this mentality of accepting to die for the cause of your country is part of it. Therefore, we must continue. Mazi Ifanichuku, welcome to the program. You have been there since 26 minutes plus. Can you hear me, Mazi Ifanichuku?
Yes. Yes, my brother, I can hear you.
There we go.
Yeah, good evening, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, and thank you, my brother, for picking my call. Thank you for your good job for sanitizing the minds and our thinking system. Now, my brother, the question is how do we or what do we do in order to not to have another zoo, another Nigeria, another African
what do we do to remove to be completely independent, to remove ourselves from the grip of the colonial West?
Yes. So, in my humble opinion, we, like we said, have to have a very, very confederate Biafra. Every ethnic nationality will have their own government and parliament to make laws, so that we have mutual understanding, and there will be and respect. So there will not be this fear of one dominating the other. That is one. And we will have a strong central government. Why are those necessary? Because we will have a government that will make decisions like what food or what goods are coming into Biafra, so that we can decide what food or drug that is coming in. And as per the system, a central system, we must not have this their so-called kind of democracy where the cost of governance is bankrupting the country. For instance, you have this national senate, have national house of assembly, have state senate, have state house of assembly, and duplicity of positions. They have costing the state a lot of money. So we will have that kind of government that you don't have to do the election every 4 years, because this their so-called election democracy they do. The idea why the IMF and the World Bank are bankrupting countries and manipulating everything, so to their own good again. Because if they are not manipulating things to their own good again, that's a cry of Femi Falana-san about where is the 3.5 billion naira that Nigeria borrowed. Where is it? You borrow it from IMF. How can you move such an amount of money without to any international bank or without even IMF knowing where the money is going? So the system is rigged. It's just high. It's kind of robbery of some kind. And our leader Nnamdi Kanu said that we are fighting hydra-headed monsters in our quest for the restoration of Biafra. You have Nigerian government and the Fulani federalists. You have Britain and all other neo-colonialists and their government. You have these multinationals who own the companies, any company of interest in any African country, Biafra land, and then Nigeria altogether. Those multinationals own it. And so when you are a politician or agitator seeking for the interest of your people, your country, these people will see you as a madman or as a weed that should have to be, weeded off. So we must have a Biafra that will be truly independent, not like Nigeria, because we must also guard against this so-called because of the strength of our central government in conjunction with the ethnic nationality government. Like, we will make sure that those neo-colonialist NGOs and their private armies, because remember, what is happening now in the world is that those neo-colonialists are using private army. They call terrorists. They call it the terrorists in the news, but in the dark they will work with them. They are using them to destabilize our farms, our industries, our mineral resources, displacing our people. If they know that you have tin or gold or any mineral in your land, you will be driven out of your land without compensation, and then the foreign companies and their private armies will occupy that place, and then you have nothing as an indigenous person. So I'm trying not to digress here, but I have a question to our people, the Igbo people, Biafrans, Nigerians, and all Africans all together. Do we know that Bill Gates GMO, Monsanto products, GMO foods are forbidden in Europe here? It is forbidden. It is banned. In most parts of the world, these things are banned. Why are they hell-bent to force feed this GMO junk to Africans? Was they forbid it in their own countries? Because those GMO, they are like this. When we talk about GMO, this genetic modified organisms of food, these things are they mess up your reproductive system. Because anybody who knows Brigade knows that he belongs to a group that says that there are a lot of people on earth. How do you reduce their population? One way is to reduce their fertility. So those are one of the work of the GMO food, and then mess up your immunity, the immune system, so that anything that comes along, you can catch it, and that will be it. Because you have immune system have messed up. So what we are doing here is saying that. We have a very strong Biafran government, whatever system, or be it unicameral or this parliamentary system. It doesn't have to be a presidential system that duplicates everything and it creates avenue for that is the presidential system that Nigeria is running. See where Nigeria is today. And I want to touch this, my brother. The Arewa Consultative Forum or Elders Forum, whatever forum, they are saying they made mistake in the 2023 election to vote Tinubu. Who are they deceiving? Who is fooling who? These people voted Tinubu in so that the Buhari government that was, regime that was run in the name of Buhari, that it will not be probed. Because all the lawlessness and the brigandage and looting and robbery and kleptomania that happened in that regime, nobody's talking about it. Nobody's probing them. And so now they brought Tinubu to cover that one, and that is that one point. And second point is that they have secured the next after this Tinubu regime, they have gotten their Muslim ticket, yes. But then the North have secured that after Tinubu, because it is turn by turn between the West and the North now. So after Tinubu, the Fulani will say it's their turn again. But we are not dragging Nigerian times with them. What we want is a referendum for Biafra to leave Nigeria in peace. And they release our leader, a prisoner of conscience that have committed any crime. Even Nigerian court of appeal have said, let the man go, and nobody try him because he committed no crime. So we are going for Biafra, and we must have strong institutions, strong laws, like our people, my brothers who said before me, we have strong laws to enforce discipline and the rule of law in Biafra. God bless Biafra. Thank you, my brother.
There were Mazi. Thank you very much. Caller on direct line, please. Other callers, hold on. Caller on direct line, can you hear me, please? Welcome to the program. Go on, Mazi.
Hello?
Yes, caller on direct line. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Chinedu. This is Omunere calling from the US. Yes, I'll go straight to the answer to your question. How do we separate ourselves from the European domination in order to achieve the new liberation? First of all, there are some things we can do right now on our individual cases by being suspicious of anything coming from the West. That's how I started. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, whatever it is, I consume media by reading between the lines. You have to ask yourself, who is telling this story? Why is he telling it? What does he have to gain? How is it in my interest? Just like you pointed out from that BBC this thing. You have to read the entire body. of the news in order to understand the perspective. Once it is coming from a Western media, you should, right from get-go, you should know that it's against you. Therefore, you begin to look on how to, extract yourself from that media. I saw a media, I think the president of Botswana and some European agency talking about elephants, that they're deliberating a legislation in UK to going to Botswana to kill elephants. And this people, and the Botswana president has said that they want to keep killing the elephants because it's trampling on their people. And all this while, what this news presenter kept asking the Botswana president is why are you killing the elephants? He never at any point in time considered what the president is saying about how people are being killed.
That is how they are. It's Germany. Germany, they love elephants to be in Botswana. They are sponsoring the influx of elephants more than the human being. And the Botswanan president is telling them that, look, the elephant population is too high. They are killing people. They are destroying farmlands, even destroying houses. Oh, Germany, no, don't kill that. Just let. He said he will export thousands of elephants for them to be living with elephant in Germany there, instead of they are bearing the. That is how they are. I watch what you said. Go on, Mazi, go on. That's how brutal they are.
So I noticed that throughout the interview, this woman never considered anything the president was saying about the lives of Africans. Not for 1 second. And then, on a general basis as Biafrans, on the immediate arrival of Biafra, we have to sever all ties from West and America. And that means we have to sever ties from their institutions. The IMF, the World Bank, the World Food Program, all those UNICEF, those are just CIA agencies they use to enter into every country. No association. I'm talking about diplomatic, economic, and security ties. We have to sever all those ties with the West, not just America, entire West. Well, if there are some of them that helped us, if there are any of them that help us achieve Biafra, well, we have to maybe look for a very small, but the problem with this people, they take a mile. And so the next one is then we have to create what the Chinese did. I think the closed country model, whereby they close out their country to foreigners and went in internally to look at themselves, develop themselves, recreate their own identity before looking out to the outside world. And then the second thing is to begin to create new partners, starting with Africans, and then other people that may be friendly. And when we're creating those partners, we have to make sure that any treaty we have to have the upper hand, whether it's a trade treaty, whether it's a security treaty. And when you have that partnership, you have to have an opposing partnership. For example, we know that China and India are not too friendly, right? So, if I have a treaty with China, I should have another treaty with India as a plan B. Now, if I have, just like you see what's going on in the Sahel, the Niger, they found out that the people who can protect them from America is Russia. So they ran to Russia, but if I were them, I still have to be cautious. Because in this world, no matter what everybody thinks, there is no civilization in this world. It's might maketh right. Might maketh right. all sorts of people and these who have not understood that might maketh right. When you have power, that's the only time you can say that you have freedom or you have justice. And then the third thing is, in terms of our own leadership, I'll propose that, like other people have already said, BOL should assume the leadership of Biafra on the national level. But then on the local level, we have to revert to our traditional governance style. Last time I spoke, I talked about like in my hometown, we used to, it's all about Biafra, I'm sure. On the side, Anambra and the other side, where Maluku, Suka area is Onishi. That becomes the leader by default by his age. But my suggestion when it comes to age, like my dad lives my dad lived until he was about 107. At that point, he's not able to make any, sensible decision. But there are people close to him. They say, meeting in the or meeting in the so those are the people. At that point, he just becomes an honorary head. But there are people within the community who are intelligent enough, who goes to hear one or two things about the Umuna or the village. And so I believe that IPOB should remain to be the cultural compass, the moral compass, propagating and driving the moral identity of our people by controlling what our people consume in terms of media, controlling what our artists put out as music, and making sure that we control our cultural assets like music, arts, and culture. I don't want to see a foreigner coming to where that doesn't belong to him. As you can see, what they did in America, hip hop was supposed to be a political movement. When hip hop started, anybody who knows history of hip hop knows that it started as a political movement, like what do you call this group, the Public Enemy, Fight the Power. What did these people do? They went behind and co-opted it. They found a record label, found one gangster, give him money, begin to rap about killing black people and about prostitution and abusing black women and all this and all that. Therefore, we have to take control of our cultural assets. The same thing is now happening on Afrobeat. Those people can never promote Fela's brand of Afrobeat. No, they will not. So what did they do in the 21st century? After Nigerians have been toiling and made themselves, and stupidly, they begin to go and sign up with Universal, Sony. Once you sign up from those people, the music you produce will never be for the good of your people. Look at what these people are fooling around. They're trying to copy the destruction that happened to Black Americans here. About drug, about shooting, about killing people, about cultism.
Mazi,
thank you very much. So I would like IPOB to continue and DOS to assume leadership among themselves. They can appoint somebody to be, I don't know what they call it, Onishi or whatever. We have to have our own name. Thank you.
Mazi, thank you very much. We have callers waiting, honestly. The whole phone is filled up. Let me see. Caller on WhatsApp. You have been there since 24 minutes almost. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Why? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please go on. Why are you not hearing? Caller on WhatsApp, once again, you have been on 24 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp from Italy. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, go on, please.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, go on, go on, go on.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, go on, go on.
Can you hear me?
Chinekele. As you are not hearing me.
Am I coming out clear?
Yes, you are. Caller Mazi Nnamdi, please go on. Can you hear me, Mazi Nnamdi? Mazi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi, good evening. I can hear you. Am I coming out?
Yes, go on, please, go on.
Oh, okay. Good evening, Mazi. Jonathan. Yes, Chibike Nnamdi. Mazi, you've spoken a lot, and our listeners has also made a lot of various points. But there is one topic you do used to bring that you damn confusing about our people. Our governors, why are they, selling us part whenever they are being called upon? Mas, let me direct you with a common fact. The first sign of intelligence is organization. When you look at most of us in diaspora, you look at the number of Eritreans, they are a handful. Look at the number of Ethiopians, they are a handful. You look at Indians or Sri Lankans. Most these guys are called. They found a way to keep themselves together, organize themselves. They have unions, cultural centers. But when you come to Igbo people, man, these guys doesn't know themselves first. These guys can't organize themselves second. And even if they try to organize themselves as they are organizing, so they are scattering. They are not in a haste of doing anything. They don't even know that they are endangered species. So you are always crying about why our people, our representatives are the way they are. Don't cry any longer. Look at an average Igbo man you see in the street or in any Igbo organization. There is no different from our representative to them.
Mazi, you are completely right.
That is lack of.
That's why, Mazi, do you know? I used to say it. We blame our politicians. I said no. The whole people. Because what you say is reality. Because those politicians, they come from the people. They didn't fall down from heaven. This selfishness, that's why I used to call it primitivity. Selfishness. We are uncontrollable. There is no person you can, give advice or tell something you will obey. Do you know? Who are you? Who are you to, Mazi is a very huge problem. Mazi, go on. That's why I recommend heavy dictatorship. If Biafra come.
It is a very big problem. A very, very big problem, because without organizational intellectualism, we are going nowhere. We are going nowhere. Look at this is every without exemption. Look at the problem we have at home, the danger surrounding us, the plan of our decimation. But you cannot go into any Igbo organization and see these concerns in their agenda. That tells you a lot. And these people makes 90-something% of the population in diaspora. 90-something%. Everywhere you go, every city you go, they make overwhelmingly number of Igbos. The IPOB are just a fraction, a little, a drop. But look at us taking responsibility for the majority of people. So that is a problem. a very, very big problem. I don't know why it is so, but things got to change. The issue that surrounds our life in general is I don't know if I might offend some people, but we are all human beings. We are all human beings. But in these human beings, some people have grown to the level of full human being, and some people are still growing. And I believe we are in that class of growing human being. Our people, both at home and abroad, are like hunter-gathering. What they do every day is just how to feed, take care of their family. They don't understand the politics of life. They don't understand the difficulties that this life is. It is just about domination. The war going around the world now is about domination. What is happening has been planned for ages, even the one in the Middle East. Mazi, let me tell you a story here where I am. I met a Swiss guy. He is an old school, a little bit older than me. He's so angry on the system, how the system, which are the elites. You see, there is a mistake we always do. We always classify the white people as they are the problem. Mazi, this is a mistake. The people causing this problem are always the elites. This guy was so mad that the elite, the same thing you used to preach, has reconstructed them. The elite has reconstructed them that men of nowadays are weaker, and they enabled women to be on the top position, thereby destroying this power, this energy that builds a society of which men must always bring forward. All these things are deliberate because the elite doesn't want challenge. The system is like the former feudal system or monarchical system, but they turned it in a way very cunningly, called it democracy, but they still want to maintain that feudalism where there wouldn't be any challenge. This is the problem now. They've turned women to be in power, knowing quite well, I don't want to offend any woman listening, that most women are emotionally unstable. And with that, being on top, there will be a lot of confusion wherever they go. You see, the same thing they did in the United States early 60s, where there were fabrics and factories where men just work. After working, they take care of their family. When they found out that once a family is intact, then there will be progress. What they did, they destroyed the factories, elevated the black women, and then the black man becomes unemployed. What happens then is a woman can never respect you when she is on top of you. That is how the black society in America got destroyed. So what I'm trying to say is, what is happening around the world today has been planned for ages. The elite want to destroy humanity so that there wouldn't be any challenge, no strong challenge that will be coming from the masses, which is the power. You understand? But there is a good light coming. They thought they are the God, but I believe there is a natural power ruling this world. The coming of Russia, everybody listening to me must pray. I know they haven't done us anything. They may not likely do anything for us, but them being there to balance the power is a very good thing for us, because without them, we can struggle forever and ever and ever and ever, and nothing will change. Because whoever that stands to challenge the hegemony is killed. France has killed almost 22 African presidents, nationalists. Britain, that are calling for democracy today, has invaded almost all of the world, third world countries. But these are the people here now calling Russia as dominating, obtaining by tricks and all those nonsense. The coming of Russia is balancing the power, and with Russia coming, even the WTO, the system that caged the rest of the world, United Nations that caged the rest of the world, we might not as well need it. So let me conclude here by telling people who are so in a haste to get Biafra today, no, the nature is doing the job for us. The nature must weaken this hegemony before we get the Biafra, and we are very, very close towards getting Biafra without much of a bloodshed. Mazi, I thank you so much for picking my call this evening. I greet you so much.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
There were caller let me go on to these two callers that have been waiting. I think they'll be the last callers. Caller on signal. You have been there since 20 minutes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
There, Udo Drege.
I can hear you. Udo Drege, Mazi. Mazi, may God bless you for your topic. I want to ask, as your topic is what we do to avoid a system of government like zoo. Mazi, this is where I get, this is how I go. Mazi, number one, yes, you have seen that the whites want to kill all the blacks. Mazi, that is true. Because whites, they hate black colors. That is the fact. And that is why they are using all means by NGOs, by clergymen, also using politicians against each other to see that the black race is being wiped off in this earth. But nevertheless, I thank our HODs. These men, they are the men of honor. I know that they know what is good for us. I know that these people have studied humanity and they know what the kind of system of government in which we are going to follow. They are the wise men on earth in this our own time. It's obtainable to us as a human because they serve as humanity. And the Mazi, I stand to say, we must develop teeth. That's number one. They are the most people that kill. They kill black race more than any other thing. Mazi, we all know what happened during the time of George Floyd. Is it George Floyd or that man, that black man that was killed?
Yes, yes.
Who killed that man? He's a white. But I didn't that is a black that killed a white. Mazi, by now, all the blacks in America, maybe they may not live to say what their eyes saw. And that is why I say that we must develop teeth. Our HODs have studied these people. And they know that yes, even if we have our own government today, our Biafra today, these Western people, white people, they can never be happy with us. They will like to also plug their agents to sabotage or to cause confusion in this our government or in this our Biafran government that is about to emerge. And that is why we must also imitate them. Because ya na agwọ emeri ihe o ji bụrụ agwọ. ụmụaka chịrị ya n'aka were egwuregwu. Mas, we can see all the country that has the same thing they have. We see how they are respected. You see how they are not crossing their border anyhow. They are not even intervening into the internal issue of them because they knew that these people know what they know. And that is why I said our HODs, they are the men of integrity. They are wise men. Then instead of this Biafra to become like a zoo system of government, it's better we do not bother ourselves to fight for it. And that is why we have these men. They are captains of this struggle. And that is why I can never say much how we are going to govern or how we are going to rule ourselves, because these men, they are wise. But the one thing I have to say is this: we must develop teeth. And if you develop teeth, these people will know that we know what they know in any angle. Mazi, the second, we must not have forgiveness in our diary. Mazi, we see what happened when they want to use a man from Russia to sabotage Putin. Had it been that Putin did not develop teeth, they would have used that man to sabotage Putin. We all know what happened. Because we always be afraid of people that have teeth like as they have. That is the same equal and the same equal right. And that is to say, I'm also saying my own opinion. In any affair of this struggle led by our leadership, which our leadership are standing in the gap of humanity, we must put anybody that is willing to serve humanity in any of our position. Mas, what am I trying to say? You see, this your topic is something that even our old children, our old mama and our old papa supposed to hear in all our various locations. But West have already know that if you eventually leave and become independent, those their agents, even in our midst, they will use them to cause confusion or contamination in this our government. And that is why I'm always praying that anybody that is sabotaging the Biafra in our all various locations must die, because that person is not serving humanity. It's not serving humanity. Those people are the same agent of West. That is why this your good message and the topic must reach our grandfathers and grandmothers. Most of them. And that is why. God bless you. I know that network is disturbing my call.
Yes,
let me cut it from here.
Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp, please make it to be brief. You'll be the last caller. You are the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Am I coming out?
Go on. Go.
Okay, yeah. Mazi Mobi, calling from Oka, Biafra land. Mazi, first of all, reacting to your question, first of all, I think that it's better we actualize Biafra through the barrier of God, so that our people will cherish the nations, so that there will be patriotism. Because if you just get it at the platter of God, our people might, they might not value it very much. So, coming to the question, I'm suggesting that when we get Biafra, there are some certain countries we will not allow them to have consulates in our country. At least it will be up to 25 to 30 years before we will allow them. You know, by that time, we must have, you know, defeat their agenda, their aim, and we must have built ourselves also, so that we can challenge anything that they will bring. You know, that doesn't mean that we will not be relating with them. If we want to sign if we want to go into any agreement with them, we can travel to their country, and they can also travel to our country to do any business we want to do. But as after 40 or 30 years, then they can now establish their embassies in our land, so that they cannot have that power to penetrate us that much. Then, Mazi, there is a question that I want to ask, you know, out of curiosity. I've been thinking about this, about Zik. You know, we're talking about Zik, as in we talk about Zik often. And when I was growing up, when I hear Zik, I'm thinking that the name is an English name. And I thought it sounds like Isaac. But now I realize that the name is Azikiwe, which I give two meanings. Grudge is bigger than anger. That's the first thing. Then the second thing I give it is that rejection, that is rejecting something out of anger, is bigger than that anger. So I've been thinking, why that name? As in, how can somebody give? What is the circumstance that beget that name? You understand? Does it mean that maybe his kinsmen wronged him or wrongly accused maybe their progenitor, or maybe there's something that they committed that make them the kinsmen to treat them bad? You know, that even make the British to see a loophole in order to use the father of Azikiwe to work for them. You know, the question is not for you anyway, it's for our historians and maybe the director and anybody that can have idea. So, thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much. He's a surname anyway. I don't know the reason of having the surname personally. I don't know. It's a surname. In Igbo land, every name has a story. That is it. But the issue is to know the story. So this is people are still calling, but I'm no more picking any call, please. We have had it, we have spoken, we have had people speak. How or what do you think? How do you think that we are going to remove ourselves from this colonial grip? Because what they plan for Nigeria is very evil. If somebody like Bill Gates can buy off the organs of Nigerians, it is highly pathetic, which means the country, have foreign influence in any country's leadership. It is something that is never treated with kids' gloves. You all can witness when during the last American presidential election, when they investigated even Donald Trump of having connection with Russia. You know, because foreign influence in a country is something that is unacceptable. Because once you have the foreign country or the foreigners, strangers has influence on the executive of the country, you know that they are no more serving the country. But in our place, in our land, in Nigeria, no person, they treat it with kids' glove. Everybody, what I see in Nigeria is that the mental capacity of understanding certain issues in modern governance is lacking. I am telling you. People still lack the capacity to understand things that are happening, that, to understand governance. Because as one of our brothers, as one of our callers said, we are eating colonialism, breathing it, worshipping it, everything, wearing it. It is all over us. It's not easy. Why we are trying to remove ourselves, extricate ourselves from Nigeria, is for us to be able to build our capacity, our own capacity. Because in Nigeria we cannot. Forget about some people that are saying, no, Nigeria has no. When that is the selfishness we are talking about. In Nigeria, you are not in charge. I am telling you. You have 200 and something million people, but you import food. You import virtually everything. And you are being commanded by foreign agency, foreign institution, in order to run the way to run your government. Though, can't you think we, like our brothers say, we Biafrans, mostly Igbo Biafrans, we talk about, let us do this, build this, let us do this. But how do we achieve it without the discipline? When people are not disciplined, are not, like Mazi Nnamdi said, the intelligence of a people is equivalent to their organization. And we don't have organization. You understand? It's what IPOB is trying to build. We don't have an organization, which means our intelligence is backwards. Our human advancement is backwards. We are not advanced. We are still primitive. When I always say that we, mostly Igbos, we are primitive, people think that, we are living inside bush. No, it's not that. The inorganizability of our people, that is primitivity. Our inability to be organized, that is heavy primitivity. Because everything, let us do this, let us build nuclear bomb, we have to grow it, all depends on organization. Are you hearing me? How can you organize whereby any slightest thing, once a person that is disgruntled, in one slightest thing, he will now go to try to scatter everything he have been among the organizers. He doesn't care. This is the character of our people, and it's a primitive, very primitive character. Once somebody is a kind of feeling disgruntled a bit, now he will be a party. He will now start to scatter what he helped to build with for many years. That is a sign, very weakness, and is a weakness. Even foreigners they are observing, they will use it against us. Because you must have one person, two people, few individuals that are disgruntled. Before you know, they will run to the foreign government and sell states, if they have access to state secrets, sell state secrets to them. Then now, come do, let me see. To scatter it. That is the only thing. And it's weakness, it's primitivity. How do we achieve everything good things we are talking without organization? How? Just tell me how. Tell me how. That is why I strongly solicit that if Biafra comes, first of all, in the next 20 years, Gao, very dictatorship, the heavy one. Do you see how they sentence a Vietnamese billionaire to death? That is how it should be. To send the message to others. There will be prison. There is a prison we full everywhere. If you sabotage, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. He said you'll be hanged if you eat public fund. You'll be hanged in your father's compound with others watching, family members watching. how you are being hanged. All these things will bring discipline, so that when any person tell you you want to, want to corrupt you, even you call the cops immediately. That is discipline. But when everybody do, I say, we are on cut flowers. We are just like wild flowers. Wild flowers is of no use, But when you trim flowers, they become beautiful. But we are wild flowers because we are in Nigeria. So everybody is doing as he wants. Because Nigeria is a lawless place, whereby there is no discipline. It depends on who you know. It depends on your contact. That is what gives you protection and audacity. So, and anything Igbos learn. They can learn something and become experts, whether in good or in bad. They even perform more than the owner, more than the person, the master. That is who we are. So we need to be put forcefully in a right direction by a good dictator. That is my personal view. I know it will not be easy. Let me tell you, there is no good development without the bloodshed. For your information, we always omit this. When you study the history of European development or European revolutions, or let me call it European advancement, both in their mentality. Do you think that Europeans, they were like this before? They were even worse than Africa. They were superstitious, gullible, everything you can think of before. Cannibals. But from time to time, things happen. There will be bloodshed. I love what one of our brothers said. He said he loved Biafra to come through bloodshed, through war, so that we value it. And it will also sharpen us or streamline us into being patriotic, to cherish what we have. It will streamline us. If tomorrow they say, okay, we allow, there is a referendum. Referendum will be in the 2025. Be prepared. We will commonize it. I am telling you. It will be highly commonized, and it will be, one thing our people commonize, finish. When you talk, say, "Nah, beg this Biafra, is it or this thing I beg?" Now happen, come all of us are Biafrans now. But when there is serious catastrophe, bloodshed, war, now people that survive will value it heavily. They will be disciplined and patriotic. You understand? That is I support that, my personal view. Otherwise, we commonize it. I'm telling you. We need something that, we need something that will galvanize us together. Look at the whole catastrophes that are happening to us. Igbo people everywhere in Nigeria. As long as it's not happening at a time, everybody at a time, do we take precaution? The answer is no. Do our people take precaution? We will shout here. No, but, no, it's happening in Ojota. It never reach Ikoyi. In Ojota, we are all good here. People that they say they destroyed the Ojuelegba, Igbo properties in Ikotu. No, it never reach here. We are here. We are good with the community here. The thing that is happening there cannot reach here. That is how our people are. Until one thing, the thing start happening every time, so that no safe place for any Igbo man. Didn't you see the last war? The Civil War. Is a war they were pushed into without preparation. They saw things, our fathers, they saw things that passed them at a time. I used to say this. Had it been the killing, the pogrom was only in the north, and the west was safe, there wouldn't have been any war. Our people will come back and go to the west and okay, let us forget it. If you call people and say, no, not it, they happen, reach here in Lagos. but they start killing them in the north. From north, they continue in west. So they know our people have no place of succor, no security anywhere. That is what made them. You must push Igbo people to the wall all at the same time. Otherwise, and let me tell you, this thing I'm saying. The caliphate understand this now. That is why they will not have, they don't want to have mass killing like before or mass destruction everywhere. What they do, they will kill our people, destroy our people's properties, and keep quiet. Another time, they will do in Sokoto. Others will feel safe. They will be giving you fake places of safety in other places. It's a political ploy. And as they are doing it, they are reducing our population, destroying us. It will happen in some part of Lagos, other parts we keep quiet, no problem. Igbo man, as long as they have little, no matter how little that comfort is, he will cling to it. But once the whole comfort everywhere is hot for all at the same time, that is where they will be reacting. We have to fight. There is no other option. Once you give Igbo man an option, no matter how little, he will say, don't worry, that comfort, I will develop it. It's okay, it's okay. He will not fight. He will not react. What I'm telling you, watch our people's character is like that. So, all these good things, let us do it like this, let us do it like this. It is us, the people, that will also do this thing. To be organized. Let us be people with organizable mentality. That is why we preach on Radio Biafra every time. To change the way we reason. Stop seeing yourself as you are all and all. You are nothing unless we are something. You understand? Hey, Onwa, this Mpakono is killing us, is hitting us bad. This pride, arrogance for nothing. This is heavy arrogance and is killing us. It makes us, individual feels that he's an island. He's an island. A tree can never make an island. What happened to us since after the war is worse than the war itself. The way systematic destruction of Igbo people. They put us to be single. Just hustle for your life. Hustle for yourself. Don't think of your brother. Don't hustle. Don't mind your brother. As long as you are eating, as long as you are comfortable, thank God. Now they use Christianity, put inside it. Everybody start praying for his own goodness and comfort. If you're in a car, 5 of you and 4 die in an accident, 4 dies. You come out, you start praising Jesus for making you alive. It makes you selfish. You will not seek for any solution to stop that accident from killing other people. Instead, God loves you. These are things that are killing us, increasing our selfishness. Are you hearing me? When I hear some people say, no, religion is not our problem, I laugh. I say, how are people talking? I don't know whether people reason out of sense by now. If people are still reasoning with sentiment, I cannot understand. It plays a very huge role in our life. It makes us to be more selfish. You'll be laughing or calling your God to save you so that only you will be safe from other people's misery. Other people, God hates them. It's you that God loves. Do you see? That is the height of selfishness. Instead of coming together, knowing that, look, man is God to man. There is no God who will come down from space or from heaven or from land anywhere to come and do anything for you. No, no, no. It is we human beings, we rely upon us human beings. Why are people rushing to Lagos mostly? Because there is population of human being. Any business you do, people will be passing and be, encouraging it, buying from you. You understand? And you have that is why people go to cities, because there are congregation of human beings, not God. If you are looking for their God, go to forest alone and start meditating and start looking for one spirit you call God. But we human beings are the solutions to ourselves. That is why we should be organizable. We organize ourselves in order to do something. That is what IPOB initiated, and that is what we are doing. Therefore, removing ourselves from colonial powers, it is too deep and heavy. It's not only power, because you don't have the power. It needs tactics, and it needs sacrifice. It needs long suffering, that is patience, resilience, consistency, sacrifice, being able to die for the cause you are following, for your people, for your nation. That is it. Do you think that all these people that we are challenging the West in Mali, all these military boys, Burkina Faso, Niger, do you think that they are afraid? If they are cowards, they cannot dare challenge France or the West. Tell them get out. Because these people, France have the West, they have the capability, the capacity of killing them anytime, and they know that they can fall anytime, but they take precautions. Do you see it? They are not afraid of death. They are not cowards. Like what our religion made us to be cowards. I said it before. You fear everything, but you have the powerful God. But anything you see, you fear. You are afraid. If you see black cloth on your path, on your door, hey, you start shaking. You start shaking, calling blood of Jesus. It's fear. If you see white clothes, hey, you call your pastor now. I saw white clothes. I don't know who put it. He said, hey, it's your enemies. Creating illusional enemies everywhere, making you more coward. We need to be together, because united we continue standing. That is what we preach. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains our religion. Biafra is who we are, our identity. Tomorrow it will be explosive, a brutal exposure tomorrow by Mazi Sanwo-Olu. Do not miss that broadcast by 7:30 p.m. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. From here, it is simply good evening.
On our own mineral resources. Unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources. There's always Big Brother who decides. And when you fight and say, no, we are not going to do this, they use the system to stop you. It's either they set you up with the opposition and they'll be supporting the opposition against you from the back, or they cause unnecessary chaos in your country so that you are not able to even govern your own people. They will do things to make you not to be functionable. And of course, any country that don't have peace cannot develop. You have to have peace before you talk about development. I'll give you a simple example about Sierra Leone. Every mining company that is in Sierra Leone today is owned by a foreigner. Every mining company. If it's not the Chinese, it's the American, it's the British. Our electricity, Bumuda, is run by the British, and we still don't have light. We're looking for light, electricity. If you don't have electricity, How can you talk about education? How can you talk about health facility? How can you talk about improving the infrastructure of your country? We don't have electricity. Now, do we actually even have proper water, pipe-borne water, so that our kids will not be sick? We don't have those facilities. Why? With all the minerals we have, there is a cap you put. Before my husband became the president of Sierra Leone was benefiting, they said, what's the word? 0.000.1%. What is that? Basically, a company can take as much as $100 million out of the country in terms of minerals, and then they can just give the country $10,000. Now, what will $10,000 do for our health system? What does $10,000 do for our educational system? And these are the things I believe that are stopping Africa from progressing. We don't have a say. The sense about us celebrating independence, I don't know why we celebrate independence, because we are not free.
The United States absolutely does not want these African countries, Ghana, Gabon, Senegal, the Ivory Coast, to turn into the next Norway because of their own oil-rich resources, can become one of the wealthiest and most prosperous countries in the world with oil. That's exactly what happened in Norway in 1969 when they discovered oil. Went from being basically an irrelevant country, poor by all, by today's standards, becoming one of the wealthiest and most prosperous and highest life expectancy, free health care. People don't leave the country. They don't travel. They stay there after they graduate college in Oslo. It's like, imagine that happening to Africa. The United States absolutely cannot allow that to happen, cannot allow Africa to become prosperous. They'll do whatever they can to keep that from happening. People don't leave the country. They don't travel. They stay there after they graduate college in Oslo. It's like, imagine that happening to Africa. The United States absolutely cannot allow that to happen, cannot allow Africa to become prosperous. They'll do whatever they can to keep that from happening.
All of them were claiming to be in charge. But today, they have found out that they cannot continue. You can't continue to drag something you don't know. You understand me? Something you do not know the genesis, the beginning. You are not the originator. You don't know how those formations started. You continue dragging it. And I thank IPOB media personnel and IPOB commentators on social media. We continue to educate the people until people continue to push this message.